Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became the Solomon Summoner? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Village Hidden in the Leaves. It was October 11th, roughly 60 years after the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. The day before, on October 10th, a devastating catastrophe had occurred. The nine-tailed demon fox had broken free of its seal and gone on a rampage. The village had been attacked and hundreds of lives had been lost, the single greatest tragedy since the Third Great Ninja War. The rampaging fox was stopped by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, but at a terrible cost. On that night his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, gave birth to twins, Naruto and Hiromi. Naruto resembled his father with blonde hair and whisker marks. Hiromi, the younger, bore her mother's features and orange hair. Minato and Kushina died the day their children were born when Minato sealed the fox away inside their daughter Hiromi. The question that remained was what to do with the newborns, especially Hiromi, who now housed the nine tails. At the Hokage's tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked Jiraiya whether this plan was truly the best option. Hiruzen made clear that the intention was to raise Hiromi in secret and teach her to control the fox, while Naruto would be left behind. Jiraiya, the Toad Hermit and legendary ninja, answered that the decision had been difficult but necessary. He explained that the great Toad Sage had foretold a child born of Minato and Kushina bearing a heavy burden and destined to save the ninja world, and since Hiromi now held the nine tails, she fit that role. When Hiruzen asked about Naruto and pointed at the sleeping infant who did not have the fox's chakra, Jiraiya admitted he had no easy answer. Jiraiya told Hiruzen that he understood abandoning one child over the other was painful, but with his duties running a spy network and the responsibilities of training a Jinchuriki, his hands were tied. He reminded Hiruzen that he was Naruto's godfather and guardian after Minato and Kushina's deaths, and Hiruzen warned that if Naruto discovered he had been essentially abandoned he would not take it lightly. Jiraiya accepted that burden and said he would endure any future hatred. He planned to teach Naruto the Rasengan and make him a toad summoner like himself and Hiromi. Hiruzen had expected as much and, with that settled, Jiraiya took Hiromi and left to ensure no other village took advantage of the leaf's weakened state. Hiruzen turned his attention to Naruto and vowed to find him a proper home. As he stood, Danzo Shimura entered and observed that Jiraiya had left with a child. Hiruzen confirmed the child was Minato's other offspring. Danzo asked whether this child possessed the Nine Tails chakra. Hiruzen answered no. Danzo then proposed that he raise the boy himself. Hiruzen refused, noting Jiraiya was still the child's guardian and that Naruto would have to live on his own. Danzo, determined to influence the boy if he could not adopt him, signaled for a foundation ninja and ordered that subtle rumors be spread among the villagers so they would keep their distance from the baby Naruto. He specified the rumors should hint at an association with the nine-tailed fox without drawing excessive attention. The ninja understood and left to carry out the plan. 8 years later, the Hidden Leaf had endured more turmoil. The Hyuga affair had resulted in the loss of Hizashi Hyuga while protecting clan and village interests, and a few years later the Uchiha clan had been nearly wiped out when its leader's eldest son, Itachi, carried out a violent purge, leaving only his younger brother, Sasuke, alive. Though life in the village continued with some normalcy, those events left their scars. For one boy in particular, little had changed. 8-year-old Naruto Uzumaki lived alone in a small apartment with only the basics and little knowledge of household tasks. He ate ramen because it was the only thing he knew how to cook. No other children his age befriended him. Parents kept their kids away because of the rumors meant to isolate him. The only adults who treated him with any kindness were the Hokage and a Chunin named Irika Yumino. One day Irika showed Naruto how to perform a task and then asked if he was listening. Irika reminded Naruto to pay attention and scolded him for not taking lessons seriously, questioning the point of teaching him if he did not try to learn. Naruto apologized, and Irika sighed at the boy's slow progress. Irika, a Chunin, was teaching Naruto household basics, how to clean the house and peel fruits and vegetables. Naruto, however, was not listening and quickly apologized to Irika. Iruka explained that he was teaching the boy because Naruto had to learn to cook and keep himself clean, and that he could not live on ramen alone if he wanted to grow up to be a strong ninja. Naruto protested that ramen was the best food, and Iruka responded that while it might be tasty, it was not the healthiest option. Iruka asked Naruto to watch carefully as he demonstrated peeling again, then asked Naruto to try. Iruka handed Naruto a knife and the boy attempted to peel an apple. The attempt did not go well, and Iruka reassured him that he had not gotten it right the first time either and encouraged him to keep practicing. Naruto brightened when Iruka confirmed he had to try again, and over several attempts the boy improved. Iruka praised his progress and said they would stop for now and move on to cleaning the house. That whole Saturday, Iruka taught Naruto how to sweep the floor, wipe windows, and clean the toilet, lessons meant to help him maintain good hygiene. On Monday at the Ninja Academy, class ended and Naruto watched sadly as the other children were picked up by their parents. A familiar jealousy pricked at him as he wished that someone would come for him too. As he walked away, he overheard a group of kids talking about a gathering that night. One child asked if it was happening tonight, another confirmed it was and reminded the group of the time and place. They planned to meet at the old Senju compound at 8:30 p.m. Naruto did not know the details, but curiosity moved him. The old, abandoned Senju compound was rumored to be haunted by the ghosts of past Senju or Uchiha. When Naruto reached home, he ate a small dinner of instant ramen and waited for the time. After 8 o'clock, the academy children gathered at the Senju compound for a test of courage. Whoever could go inside and stay the longest would be declared the bravest. 2 boys screamed and ran out of the compound, breathless and claiming they had seen a demon. Other kids pressed them for details. One boy said it had looked like a dark figure with red eyes. A girl offered to go and rushed inside with her friends, only to flee screaming after barely 20 seconds. Kiba Inuzuka taunted the others and said that he and his dog Akamaru would win. Akamaru barked in agreement, and they entered the compound together. Ino approached her rival Sakura and said that if Sasuke were there he would surely win. Sakura agreed and wondered where Sasuke was. After a few minutes, screams erupted and Kiba bolted from the compound, stumbling over a pebble as he fled. A boy with spiky hair remarked that no one was winning the test of courage and asked who would go next, but no one volunteered. Naruto summoned his courage, announced that he would go, and moved toward the compound despite the stares and muttered doubts from his classmates. Some whispered about who had invited him and whether he thought he could beat Sasuke, but Naruto ignored them. If he could complete the test, he hoped, perhaps he would finally be acknowledged by the others. Inside the Senju compound, the building was dark, filled with cobwebs and dust, and the walls were crumbling. It was hard to believe this had once been the home of the powerful Senju clan. Naruto tried to keep his nerves steady as he walked deeper into the compound. He noticed a ring on the floor and reached for it, but his foot became stuck in a black, viscous substance. The substance seemed to swallow his boot and then receded, leaving the room plunged in pitch darkness. Naruto called out, his voice echoing, but received no answer. He picked himself up and moved forward on unsteady legs, remarking inwardly that the place was actually scary as he felt along the damp, peeling walls for a way out. Then he saw a pair of red, glowing eyes watching him. Fear tightened his chest and sweat beaded on his forehead. The shadowy figure rose above him, its eyes glowing brighter. Naruto decided to run. The shadow pursued him through the halls in a tense, fast-paced chase. The figure lunged and surged like a gust of wind, closing in and forcing Naruto to dodge and scramble to keep ahead. At one point the shadow overwhelmed his footing and he tumbled, but the encounter remained an unnerving, surreal confrontation rather than anything physically graphic. Naruto struggled to his feet and fled again, finally finding a staircase that led him out of the worst of the darkness. Outside, the children waited anxiously. Shikamaru observed that it had already been more than 15 minutes. Shikamaru observed that Naruto had been gone the longest among them. A boy nearby commented that only someone like Naruto would be drawn to a place rumored to be haunted, and Shikamaru agreed. Hinata, the quiet girl with pale eyes and lavender hair, asked Shino if he would try going inside. Shino politely declined and explained that Naruto still had not come out. Sakura announced that Naruto had been the one who stayed the longest for their test of courage, and Ino angrily vowed to beat her next time. Sakura smugly accepted the challenge, and the two traded barbs until Kiba, fed up, moved closer to the mansion and angrily demanded that Naruto come out. Their teacher, Irika Yumino, arrived and asked what they were doing outside the Senju compound so late. The children explained that they were conducting a test of courage. When Irika asked who was still inside, the children pointed to Naruto. A monstrous roar filled the night, followed by a terrified scream. One of the boys shouted that a demon was inside, and the children scattered. Irika called Naruto's name and ran into the compound. Irika searched the halls and eventually found Naruto unconscious in a moonlit room. He hurried to the boy and carried him to the hospital for emergency care. Naruto was alive, but something about his appearance was different. Naruto's right eye was absent, the skin around it discolored. The area drew attention without showing anything graphic. The veins near his remaining eye stood out as if chakra were unusually active. His complexion had turned paler and his hair appeared lighter. The next morning, the third Hokage demanded a full account of what had occurred. Irika explained that he had come when the children reported a test of courage and had found Naruto unconscious after a scream. He had not seen anyone else and had been too focused on saving Naruto to investigate further. The Hokage said he would have Anbu inspect the Senju compound. He also noted that Naruto's appearance had changed and promised that whoever was responsible would be dealt with. Later, Irika and the Hokage spoke with Naruto as he recovered. Naruto told them that he had seen a shadow moving toward him and had run, but that the shadow had followed and he could not remember anything after that until he woke up at the hospital. The Hokage said they would wait for the ANBU report before drawing conclusions, but allowed Naruto to be discharged once the doctor cleared him. Irika sat beside Naruto's bed and asked how he felt. Naruto said he was fine and asked about his missing eye. Irika gently explained that Naruto had lost his right eye during the incident and reassured him that those responsible would be punished. Naruto asked about the covering on his eye because it felt itchy, and Irika told him it was a patch with medicine to help healing and that it would feel better soon. A doctor introduced himself as Dr. Hashimoto and went over the medications and care Naruto would need at home. He showed Irika a small supply of medicine and creams and explained the schedule. He also assured them that the third Hokage had covered the hospital expenses. Irika thanked the doctor and left with Naruto once the arrangements were made. Naruto brightened when Irika reminded him that he had stayed the longest during the test of courage, and Irika told him that he had been the bravest student in the class. Naruto smiled at the reassurance as they walked out of the hospital. Irika told Naruto that they would get him ready to move out and help the blonde boy from the bed, but Hiruzen, the third Hokage, called for Irika first. Irika answered that he was there. Hiruzen informed Irika that reports from the ANBU Special Forces did not indicate a rogue ninja hiding in the Senju compound. He explained that there was no sign of activity apart from the children who had taken part in the test of courage. Irika asked whether they should take Naruto's word about the shadow and whether the nine-tailed fox might be involved, lowering his voice as he asked. Hiruzen replied that their best sensors showed nothing of the sort and that, whatever it was, they were dealing with something unnatural. He said that only the three of them knew and that, to avoid panic, it must remain a secret. Irika asked what they would do about Naruto. Hiruzen told Irika that they would explain it to Naruto and walked into the room. Hiruzen asked Naruto how he was feeling, and Naruto replied that he was fine. When Naruto asked if something was wrong, Hiruzen asked him to promise not to reveal what had happened the night before. Naruto protested for a moment, and Hiruzen said that Naruto would understand when he was older and then asked again for the promise. Naruto stammered that he promised. Hiruzen smiled, told Irika that he could take Naruto out of the hospital, and asked Irika not to stress Naruto with studies since he had only just woken up. Irika took Naruto's hand and helped the boy walk out of the hospital. They went through the hidden leaf market. Irika asked Naruto whether he remembered what the doctor had said about his medicine, and Naruto nodded before reciting the instructions for the pills and capsules and what to take if his eye hurt. Irika was pleased that Naruto remembered. He offered Naruto a week off to recover, but when Irika looked for him a moment later, the boy was not beside him. Irika found Naruto standing with a small crowd watching a puppet show. An old, retired ninja from the hidden sand village entertained the people by forming invisible chakra strings to control puppets on a small stage. Naruto watched the puppets dance with wide-eyed amazement, and Irika explained that the puppeteer was a sand ninja who used chakra to form strings on his fingertips to control the puppets. Naruto asked whether Irika could do the same, and Irika chuckled and said that the technique was taught only to the sand's puppeteers. They watched until the show ended. The puppeteer bowed, received a few hundred ryo for his entertainment, and left. Irika suggested they go home, and Naruto said that he was hungry. Irika sighed, offered to treat Naruto to ramen, and led him to their favorite shop, Ichiraku Ramen. In another part of the village, the civilian council met. The council handled the economy, trade, and infrastructure so the Hokage and the ninja could focus on military affairs. Mabuki Haruno, the current president of the civilian council and Sakura Haruno's mother, called the monthly meeting to order and asked the chief banker to begin the reports. During the meeting, the chief architect told the supply minister that he had heard the Uzumaki boy had been released from the hospital that day. The supply minister wondered aloud about the consequences of the test of courage and mentioned rumors that the boy had lost an eye in some attack. The architect said he did not believe the rumors about the boy. The agriculture minister scoffed and said the prankster deserved misfortune and noted the boy's troublesome reputation. The chief architect cautioned that it was not right to wish ill on others. The agriculture minister asked Mabuki whether her daughter had taken part in the test of courage and what she knew. Mabuki affirmed that Sakura had been there but that she did not know much, and she reminded the council that they were in the middle of their monthly meeting before asking the energy minister to continue with the report. On Friday at the Hidden Leaf Academy, class went on as usual. Although Irika had told Naruto that he could take a week off, Naruto had chosen to attend, and Irika felt a little pleased, hoping the boy might be taking his studies more seriously. When other students tried to ask Naruto about what he had seen, Irika told them not to bother him while he was still recovering. Irika dismissed the class for a break and stepped outside. The other children ran off, all except Naruto. Naruto felt sleepy and tired. He did not know whether it was the medicine or the monotony of lectures, but he struggled against the urge to sleep. He decided to sleep. He was near the window, and the chirping of a bird put him at ease. As the rays of the sun shone through, Naruto rested and quickly fell asleep. Kiba Inuzuka angrily told his friends that Naruto was acting proud just because he had passed the test of courage and that they should teach him a lesson. A friend encouraged him. Kiba looked at the other boys and devised a prank on the blonde. He instructed two of them to fetch a chair and some tape while he told Shikamaru and Choji to bring a bucket of water and some cloths. After some time, Naruto felt something and woke up. When he opened his left eye, he found himself tied to a chair with tape. He turned his head and saw the grinning faces of some classmates and pleaded to be freed, insisting it was not funny. Kiba taunted him, asking if he still thought he was tough, and signaled Shikamaru and Choji to go ahead. Shikamaru complained about the bother as he and Choji poured water on the floor. Kiba announced that they would test how brave Naruto really was and gave a signal. Two boys pushed the chair. The cloths on the floor let the chair slide. Naruto cried out as the chair moved down the hall toward the staircase. The chair careened near the edge and toppled. The chair hit the floor with a heavy thud and Naruto tumbled to the ground. Sasuke Uchiha rushed over when he heard the noise and saw the tied blonde fallen on the floor. He went to help and dismantled the tape binding Naruto while calling out in concern. Laughter came from Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and several other boys nearby. Sasuke asked Kiba if he had been responsible, and Kiba mocked him and challenged him with a taunt. Sasuke protested that it was not funny and that Naruto could have been seriously hurt as Naruto tried to stand. Irika and Mizuki arrived and demanded to know what had happened when they saw Naruto lying on the floor. Shikamaru privately acknowledged that they had gone too far. Mizuki checked Naruto and reported non-graphic injuries, some bruises, a sprained arm, and a swelling on the head. He noted that it could have been worse. Irika angrily demanded to know who was responsible and asked Sasuke if he knew. Sasuke explained that he had just found Naruto like that and suspected Kiba and the others because they had been laughing. Irika told the boys they would have detention and that he would inform their parents. The boys complained as they returned to class. Irika took Naruto to the infirmary and Naruto received medicine and a bandage for his head. Sasuke returned to the playground. At the old Senju compound that had hosted the test of courage where Naruto had once lost his right eye, Naruto found himself drawn to return. A feeling urged him back. He could not fully explain it, but he felt compelled to search the place again. He remembered seeing a ring and hoped to find it. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stepped inside. The old floor creaked beneath his feet, a cool wind made the bells tinkle and dust float, but he was not afraid. He found the ring where he remembered and picked it up. It looked to be made of iron and very old, etched with strange symbols. He slipped the ring onto his finger, and to his surprise it shrank to fit. A cupboard creaked open and inside were 3 books, the Lesser Key of Solomon, the Book of Magic, and the complete work on perfection. An inner compulsion urged him to take the books. Naruto felt dazed and without hesitation took the 3 volumes with him. Naruto lived near the poorer, rundown areas of the village, close to a seedy district where drug dealers and the drunken were often found. He did not like his landlady, a harsh woman who was often shouting and mistreated her children. Her husband was usually away and their household was unpleasant. Naruto disliked his landlady very much. On his way back to his apartment he heard a commotion and moved quietly to investigate. He saw a purple-haired woman being attacked by 3 men. Naruto wanted to help but did not know how. He picked up a pebble from the ground and, guided by an inexplicable sense of aim and force, threw it. The pebble struck one of the men, who staggered and fell, dazed. Another attacker saw Naruto and shouted orders to pursue him. The 2 remaining men rushed after Naruto, intent on beating him. Naruto ran as fast as he could, using his knowledge of the neighborhood's shortcuts. He managed to lose them and returned to the alley. The woman was gone, and before the men could return, he ran back to his apartment. Naruto entered his home and quickly closed the door. He panted and walked to his room. He slid the ring beneath his pillow, put the books in his cupboard, and shut it. He went to the bathroom to clean himself, and as he was about to wash his face he froze at what he saw. His right eye was there. The doctor, Irika, and the Hokage had told him it was gone, but it was unmistakably present now. It was not the same eye. Its pupil was a vertical slit, the iris a deep crimson with a faint glow, and black symbols formed a ring around the slit. Naruto felt his heart race and his breathing quicken. Panic made him think to run to his parental figures, the 3rd Hokage and Irika Yamano, but as he reached for his eye a sudden pain forced him to clutch it. The eye warned Naruto not to go and not to show itself. As he struggled to stand, his body went rigid and he fell back, unable to move. The warning came again, firmer this time. Naruto, terrified, told the eye that he would not go or show it. When he complied, movement returned to his limbs and he rose to his feet. He begged the eye not to hurt him further and then went to wash his face. In the mirror he noted how unsettling the red eye looked, and he quickly washed, dried his face with a towel, and applied the ointment the doctors had given him. He replaced his eye patch and went to bed. Saturday in the Hidden Leaf Village dawned earlier than usual for Naruto. He washed, prepared some food, and remembered the books he had taken from the old Senju compound and hidden in his cupboard. He retrieved one of them, a black grimoire with an amethyst set in its cover, known in English as the Lesser Key of Solomon. To his surprise, the words in the book became understandable to him, and he wondered if his eye was responsible. The eye identified itself as Glamour Sight, and Naruto understood that it could help him comprehend other languages. Excited at the prospect of not having trouble with his studies, he began to read. The Lesser Key of Solomon was a grimoire of magic divided into 5 parts covering different aspects of spirit work and ritual. The first part listed 72 spirits that could be summoned and bound. With Solomon's ring, the text explained, a summoner could control those spirits more effectively. Naruto considered the small ring under his pillow and wondered if it might be the same ring the book mentioned. As he read, he came across familiar noble titles such as King, Duke, Marquis, Earl, and President, and he learned that summoning required a precisely drawn circle and various ritual items like salt, a personal offering, fire, and olive branches. Each spirit had unique traits, powers, and a personal symbol, invoking that symbol and the spirit's titles could bind it. When a spirit was bound, a magic circle with 4 smaller circles would appear, and the spirit's insignia would mark its subservience. Naruto imagined how useful magic would be for becoming the best ninja in the village. He then realized his ramen might be cold and hurried to eat. After finishing, he decided to keep reading where no one could find him. He set the grimoire on his bed and heard a knock at the door. Quickly he hid the book. When he opened the door, it was forced inward and 3 women burst into the room. One had black hair, red eyes, and fair skin. Another had purple hair and wore a cat mask. The third was a woman who resembled an older, female version of Kiba. Their anger was directed squarely at Naruto. The black-haired woman ordered them to take him and threw several shuriken. The eye urged Naruto to move, but fear had frozen him in place. A sharp surge of pain from the eye finally made him pull away, allowing him to escape only to take a shuriken in the ankle. He tried to run, but the older Kiba-like woman intercepted him and kicked a table toward him. He ducked and crawled, but the purple-haired woman closed the distance and lifted him up, announcing that she had him. The black-haired woman, Kurinai, began to form hand signs to cast a genjutsu, but Naruto resisted the illusion and broke free of the hold. He tried to run, but a kunai struck his thigh, and Hana Inazuka seized him by the collar, holding him fast. Around that time, the citizens of the Hidden Leaf greeted and bowed to the third Hokage as he and Iruka walked through the village. Hiruzen acknowledged them with a polite greeting, took a pull from his pipe, and told Iruka that he was saddened by what had happened to Naruto the previous day. Iruka replied that the others had been angry and jealous after Naruto won the test of courage and that children could act thoughtlessly. He added that Naruto had been fortunate not to have sustained worse injuries. Hiruzen asked what had been done to the students involved. Iruka explained that he had given them detention, extra chores, and had informed their parents, who had undoubtedly scolded them. Hiruzen said he was glad Iruka had accompanied him, since he had intended to deliver Naruto's monthly allowance and worried the boy would spend it all on ramen. Iruka offered to teach Naruto to cook and prepare more nutritious food, noting that he had already taught the boy some basic self-care. Hiruzen agreed that it would benefit Naruto. Iruka then noticed Anko Mitarashi hurrying toward Naruto's apartment and wondered why she was headed there. When a frightened scream echoed, Hiruzen ordered Iruka to hurry, and the two rushed toward Naruto's building. Inside Naruto's apartment, the boy writhed as a genjutsu forced him to relive tormenting memories. NBU operatives dropped him just as Anko burst into the room and commanded the others to stop and release him. Kurinai blinked in surprise at Anko's order and Hana and the others hesitated. Hiruzen arrived and asked what had happened. Iruka entered and, seeing Naruto, ran to his student's side. Iruka reassured Naruto that he was all right, and Naruto, tears in his eye, clung to his teacher, finding comfort in his presence. Hiruzen instructed the kunoichi to go to his office and ordered Iruka to have Naruto treated at the hospital before joining him there. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen demanded an explanation from the 4 kunoichi. Anko admitted that she had been assaulted by 3 men the previous night. She said Naruto had helped by throwing a rock at one of the men before they chased her. She had fled to safety but regretted leaving Naruto behind. When she later mentioned the name Uzumaki at their meeting spot, the others had assumed Naruto was to blame and acted on that assumption. Kurinai added that they had not waited to hear Anko's full explanation and had jumped to conclusions. Hiruzen, angry, said their actions could have seriously injured Naruto and that they had acted recklessly on assumption rather than careful thought. He warned that they were fortunate Naruto had not been more badly harmed and announced punishments. Yugao was to surrender her mask and katana and be temporarily removed from ANBU, with her reinstatement to be decided later. Kurinai, Hana, and Anko were assigned to D-rank missions only for the next 3 months. He asked Hana if she had intended harm because of Kiba's punishment. Hana denied it. Hiruzen dismissed them. 15 minutes later, Iruka and Naruto arrived at the office. Iruka reported on Naruto's condition, and Hiruzen asked the boy how he felt. Naruto said he was fine, though his legs still ached. He asked why they had attacked him. Hiruzen, taking another pull from his pipe, said it had been a misunderstanding and that he would explain more later. He added that the academy would be closed that day and reassured that Iruka would continue teaching Naruto. Hiruzen then handed Naruto his monthly allowance and dismissed them. That night, after Irika finished teaching and left, Naruto sat alone with the Ars Goetia, studying the instructions. The ritual required a perfect circle large enough for the caster to stand in, so Naruto spent the afternoon practicing how to draw one precisely. When his apartment proved unsuitable, he went to find a better place for the summoning. At Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, Naruto stood on the edge of the fenced forest and practiced carving his circles, frustrated when they did not turn out right. It was Naruto's 15th attempt to carve a perfect circle, and it still wasn't right. He punched the ground in frustration, then noticed something glinting nearby. He walked over, found a kunai, and picked it up, deciding to try again without hesitation. After 3 more attempts, Naruto finally carved a perfect circle and stood within it. He lit the surrounding candles and studied the Ars Goetia, weighing which spirit to summon. He settled on the 44th spirit catalogued there, the great Marquis Shax who commands 30 legions. Naruto resolved that Shax would be his first summon. He pricked his finger with the kunai, placed his blood on the circle, and released his chakra. The circle glowed a dark blue-violet as strange symbols formed. 4 smaller circles appeared at the edges, and lines of magical symbols arranged themselves into additional concentric patterns. Naruto slipped the Ring of Solomon onto his left hand and began the invocation, calling upon Shax, the deceiving stork who steals great treasure and plentiful bounty. The circle brightened and a large, bird-like sound echoed. A stork-shaped demon emerged from the magic, 7 times the size of Chunin Irika Yumino. A mystic, gold-colored aura radiated from Shax as he turned his gaze toward the summoner. Naruto extended his left hand and the ring glowed. Shax gave a sudden screech, and the Marquis's insignia appeared in a faint magic circle on the ring, marking him as bound to Naruto's command. Naruto tested whether Shax could hear him. The bird demon flew down, stood before Naruto, and nodded. Naruto asked permission to ride, and Shax inclined his head, lowering himself to allow Naruto onto his back. Naruto mounted and directed Shax to fly. Shax unfurled his vast wings, ran a few strides, and took to the sky. They soared over the forest of death, past towering trees and out above the canopy. From that height, the village below looked like a scattering of tiny figures. Shax carried Naruto beyond the village toward the sea, skimming low until his talons touched the water and then resuming a steady, graceful flight. The wind on Naruto's face, the stars and moon above, and the cool night air gave him a sense of happiness and freedom from his recent troubles. He cried out in joy and stretched his arms, savoring the moment. After about 5 minutes, Shax turned them back toward the forest of death. Naruto thanked Shax, but then heard a crawling noise and looked up to see a gigantic centipede looming overhead. Naruto asked Shax if he could handle it, and Shax nodded. Shax unleashed a powerful, theatrical assault, using his blade-like claws and steel talons in swift, decisive strikes. The centipede was overwhelmed and neutralized in a dramatic anime-style display without gruesome detail. Naruto watched in amazement as the threat was eliminated. When the danger was gone, Shax came closer to his summoner. Naruto asked to be returned to the spot where he had performed the summoning, and Shax flew him back. Back at the circle, Naruto told Shax he wanted to summon a few more spirits and asked if Shax had any recommendations. Shax indicated 3 names: Eliger, Glazes and Fornius. Naruto prepared to summon again and invoked Eliger, the great duke and bold knight who leads 60 legions. A knight in black armor manifested from the circle. Naruto called forth Glazes, the winged president who rules over 36 legions. A fearsome lion with wings emerged, surrounded by a golden aura. The ring did its job. The insignias of the summoned beings returned to the ring, granting Naruto full control as the ring bearer. He panted, nearly exhausted from the 3 summonings, and decided he would summon the others later. He activated the ring and watched the insignias of the other 2 return and settle into it. They were now his to command. Naruto ordered Shax, Eliger, and Glazes to return to their domains, and they obeyed. After the ritual was finished, Naruto went home to rest. Reading the Kitab al-Sir, Naruto learned about different types of magic and their uses. He wanted to master them all and be the best ninja of his time. He practiced at one of the Leaf Village training grounds, focusing on learning and wielding those magics. One of the techniques he practiced was the Darkness Flame, a black and purple fire that burned with an intense, otherworldly heat and could consume targets in an instant. Naruto trained by forming it into throwable fireballs and hurling them at the trees. When a trunk cracked, he allowed himself a small smile as the black flames died out. Suddenly he heard footsteps and quickly hid in the bushes. Jonin and his 3 genin were passing through on their way to the Chunin exams at the Hidden Cloud. The Jonin told his students that they were eligible to take part in the exams and expressed pride in how far they had come in a year and a half. One of the genin grinned and declared to his sensei that they would return and be promoted to Chunin in no time. The Jonin laughed warmly at the enthusiasm and then taught them a useful trick. He produced a storage scroll by infusing a scroll with chakra, demonstrating how items could be retrieved in a burst of light. Naruto watched with wide eyes, recognizing how handy such a technique could be for sealing weapons, alchemical supplies, and even extra provisions. Daydreaming about storage scrolls, Naruto grew distracted and lost his footing. He slipped off the edge of a cliff. Panicked, he tried to summon Shax, but the summon failed at first. He closed his eyes and struggled with the ring again. A moment later, dark blue energy coalesced into an ethereal, skeletal arm that anchored into the cliff and stopped his fall. Naruto stared, bewildered, as the energy dissipated and he began to fall again. He tried once more and finally succeeded in summoning the protective energy around himself. Relieved, he stood up, muttering to himself that he had come close to disaster, and moved on to train in a different area. At night, at Training Ground 44, Naruto checked carefully to ensure he was alone and began a ritual to summon another of the 72 demons of the Ars Goetia. This time he called Fornius, a great marquis. Standing inside the glowing circle, Naruto drew a bit of blood and commanded the sea beast who taught rhetoric and languages and could grant admiration to appear. A roar answered him, and spectral water coalesced as the great sea beast emerged, towering larger than any building in the village. The ring absorbed Fornius's insignia, and with that Naruto gained command over another demon. He still had enough strength for one more summon. Naruto stretched out his arm and called Marba, the great president who commands 36 legions. A roar filled the air as a great lion with a black mane appeared, and the ring took its insignia as well. Naruto ordered Fornius and Marba to return to their domains, and they complied. Tired from the night's exertions, Naruto left the training ground and headed home. Back at his apartment, his right eye suddenly surged with a strange sensation and Naruto clutched it. The eye seemed to urge him to learn, prepare, and study. Naruto protested that the test was coming soon, but when the eye flared in pain he yielded and opened his classwork. Each time he began to slack off, the eye nudged him to keep studying. He kept at it until 10:30 p.m., and when he was finally allowed to sleep he fell into bed immediately. When the academy posted the test results, Kiba muttered in disbelief and Shikamaru complained about family lectures to come. Thanks to the eye's insistence and the sudden surges that pushed him to study, Naruto improved his score, earning an 8.5 out of it was not the highest improvement possible, but compared to his old self who had resisted studying, it marked clear progress. Naruto smirked quietly at the sight of Kiba's and the others' frustrated faces, remembering how they had once bullied him. It wasn't much, but Iruka felt it was a small measure of payback. He felt some pride in Naruto's recent progress and would miss the prankster, though the ninja world had little patience for goofballs like the old Naruto. Class ended for the day and the blonde went home quickly. The civilian council held its meetings in members' houses, rotating each month. Mabuki Haruno informed Aiko, the Minister for Agriculture, that Sakura had scored full marks on her test. Aiko said she was envious and praised Sakura's top grades, noting the girl often surpassed even the clan children and that Mabuki must be proud. Mabuki replied that she was proud like any parent, but wished Sakura would forget her crush on the Uchiha survivor and begin training seriously, since academic skill could only take her so far. Aiko urged letting children be children but also questioned how the Uzumaki boy had been allowed to enroll in the academy and whether he might pose a danger to Sakura. Mabuki expressed full trust in Lord Third and the village's ninja to protect them, reminded Aiko that this was the monthly meeting and not a debate, and said she had to submit a report to Lord Third the next day. The supply minister then said he would go first and handed his report to Mabuki and the rest of the council. In the Hokage's office, ever since the incident with the 4 kunoichi, Naruto rarely interacted with others. He spent time mainly with the Hokage, Irika Yumino, and the Ichiraku Ramen owners. When not practicing his secret techniques, he often kept Hiruzen company, and the old Hokage did not want their time to be wasted on idle talk. He believed he could teach the boy a few things. Hiruzen called Naruto over and pointed to a pile of papers stamped at the top, asking Naruto to help by stamping the seal on the approved documents. Naruto complied and, curious, asked whether stamping papers was how a Hokage did his work. Hiruzen laughed and explained that paperwork was one part of the Hokage's duties, receiving and examining reports and stamping approval. He showed Naruto that the papers he was stamping were the approved ones and explained that the rest were not. Naruto then asked about the other work of the Hokage. Hiruzen described how missions arrived daily, and it was his job to assign ranks by difficulty, pay, and danger, D-rank chores and public work for Genin, C and B ranks for Chunin, and A ranks for Jonin. Naruto asked about mission types. Hiruzen said D ranks taught teamwork, while higher-ranked missions could include bodyguard duty, infiltration, espionage, and assassination. Hiruzen explained that shinobi served as both the country's military and as mercenaries for hire, and that when Naruto grew older he might be asked to perform such missions. Naruto swallowed at the thought, and after finishing the paperwork, Hiruzen praised him for helping and took a puff from his pipe. Naruto said he would go train at one of the empty training grounds and left. Hiruzen watched him go, thinking the children were naive and innocent, but that such things did not last long in the ninja world. He then read a report from Jiraiya detailing the growth of Naruto's twin sister and their travels, burned the letter after reading it, and considered how different Naruto's upbringing might have been without Jiraiya's involvement. As winter approached and students began heading home for vacation, Hiruzen noted that the break was nearly upon them while standing with Irika. Hiruzen asked after the students, and Irika replied that Naruto had improved in his studies. Pleased, Hiruzen said he was thinking of touring the Land of Fire during the winter before he grew too old, and proposed taking Naruto along so the boy could see the world and learn a few things. Irika was surprised at the suggestion but listened as Hiruzen confirmed his intention, then continued walking after taking another puff from his pipe. Irika Yumino watched the blonde Uzumaki walk back home and hoped that Naruto would be safe during the trip. Naruto was happy. The third Hokage was going on a tour around the Land of Fire that winter, and Hiruzen had decided to take Naruto with him. It was the first time Naruto had left the village, and he was ecstatic to see new places. Best of all, there were no villagers around to call him demon or freak. Hiruzen asked whether Naruto was enjoying the sights as they stood with a few guards in one of the towns. Naruto replied that he was, calling Hiruzen Gramps as he admired the different shops and performers entertaining the crowds. Hiruzen then suggested that they register at a hotel, and Naruto followed him. Once they had unpacked, Hiruzen noticed the sealing scrolls Naruto was carrying and asked who had taught him. Naruto explained that he had watched a ninja teach the technique to his students, had listened carefully, practiced, and learned it that way. Hiruzen remarked that storage seals were very useful for storing weapons and supplies, and observed that most ninjas who learned them rarely needed luggage. Naruto asked whether there were any Hokage in the town, and Hiruzen smiled at the boy's curiosity. He explained that the Hokage was the leader of the Hidden Leaf and that there was only one Hokage in the Land of Fire, though smaller ninja villages had officials under the Hokage's jurisdiction. Naruto asked if Hiruzen was still the Hokage over the other ninjas, and Hiruzen confirmed that he was. Noticing that Naruto had become uneasy, Hiruzen asked what was wrong. Naruto said that there were 2 people in the room with them. Hiruzen was surprised and wondered if Naruto might be a censor type. To reassure him, Hiruzen clapped his hands and 2 local ninjas stepped forward. Hiruzen explained that they were stationed in the town and then signaled them back to their duties. When Hiruzen asked how Naruto had known they were there, Naruto only said that he had simply known, keeping to himself that it had been his right eye that detected the presence. Hiruzen mused that Naruto might be a very sensitive censor type. Curious about the ninja's purpose, Naruto asked what they had been doing. Hiruzen explained that another job of a ninja was to spy, to blend in, gather information useful to the village, and find and capture enemy spies. Naruto said he understood, and when his stomach growled, Hiruzen suggested they go eat. They traveled to the fire capital. Naruto asked whether the daimyo was the leader of the whole country, and Hiruzen explained that the daimyo was the feudal lord in charge of the land. He described the relationship between the leaf and the daimyo. The daimyo had granted land to the leaf founders and, in return, the leaf served as a major part of the country's military. The Hokage governed the ninja villages but did not control the daimyo, and the daimyo did not dictate the politics of the leaf. Instead, they maintained a mutual, beneficial partnership. The daimyo provided funds and supplies while the ninja villages offered military support. When they arrived, Naruto marveled at the city wall and the size of the capital, surprised that the fire capital was much larger than the village. Hiruzen smiled at Naruto's childish wonder and felt a growing fondness for the boy, thinking of him almost as a grandson. He was glad that Jiraiya and Naruto's twin sister were out of the country and not on the tour to complicate matters. The capital city sat by a large lake and could support a population of over 300,000. The palace of the fire daimyo dwarfed the Hokage tower in the leaf. Upon their arrival, the fire daimyo greeted the third Hokage respectfully and thanked him for coming. Hiruzen returned the courtesy and accepted the daimyo's hospitality. The daimyo noticed Naruto and wondered aloud whether the boy was Hiruzen's grandson or apprentice. Hiruzen introduced him as Naruto Uzumaki and encouraged Naruto to bow. Naruto nervously stepped forward and performed a respectful bow before the daimyo. Hiruzen acknowledged that Naruto was understandably shy after recent events in the leaf. The daimyo invited them inside the palace, noting that he had arranged rooms for their use, and personally escorted them while giving a tour of the grand residence. Hiruzen watched Naruto, hoping nothing bad would happen. He wanted the boy to be safe and to learn to socialize. Hiruzen told Naruto that he could go play with the other children and that he had a few matters to discuss with the daimyo. Naruto nodded and left. The fire daimyo asked whether the boy was the son of Minato and Kushina and said he had been surprised that Jiraiya had not taken the boy when he took his twin sister. Hiruzen confirmed that Naruto was their son. The daimyo recalled that the boy's twin and Jiraiya had been in the city for 4 years and that the girl and his niece Naho had gotten along well. He then asked whether Naruto knew about his parentage. Hiruzen replied that the time would come for that and that he preferred no one mention it to Naruto, since the boy already had a difficult life in the leaf. The fire daimyo promised to keep it secret. The daimyo then noticed 2 of his guards approaching and introduced them: Chiriku, a monk of the fire temple, and Asuma Sarutobi, Hiruzen's son. Asuma bowed respectfully. Hiruzen's tone softened as he said that he had missed his son and asked to catch up. The daimyo told them to take their time. Hiruzen asked how Asuma had been. Asuma said he had been well and observed that they had brought an Uzumaki with them. Hiruzen explained that he had wanted Naruto to see more of the world outside the village and mentioned that Asuma was an uncle now, referring to Konohamaru Sarutobi as the youngest member of the Sarutobi clan. Naruto did not want to play with the other children. He feared that they would mistreat him as they had at the academy, so he stayed apart near the playground. Naho, the daimyo's niece, had just won another game of hide and seek and her small group of friends gathered around her. One of the boys pointed to where Naruto was sitting and asked who he was. Their caretaker identified him as the boy from the hidden leaf who had accompanied the third Hokage. Some children insulted ninjas and decided to play elsewhere rather than be near him. Naruto, feeling rejected, walked back into the palace. Chiriku encountered Naruto in the halls and called to him. He introduced himself, said he meant no harm, and asked if the boy was Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto nodded meekly. Chiriku assured him there was no need to be afraid and asked why he was not playing with the other children. Naruto admitted that no one wanted to play with him. Chiriku wondered at that and asked if Naruto was a student at the academy. When Naruto nodded, Chiriku told him that if the Hokage had brought him, he must have talent and wished him luck in his training, suggesting that someday he might join the Guardian 12 like Chiriku and Asuma. With that encouragement, Chiriku left. Back in his assigned room, Naruto took out a scroll of his study materials and began to read. Later, guards reacted with alarm at a terrible discovery. One guard muttered that he could not believe what he had seen. Others recognized Suki, the caretaker of the daimyo's niece, and realized she was dead. The captain ordered that the daimyo be informed immediately and that everyone be gathered to find the young lady. That night in the fire capital, Naho woke in a dark, unfamiliar place. She remembered playing with her friends and then losing consciousness. Knees trembling, she rose and crept to a door to peek out. On the other side she saw a monstrous, dark brown mass with an eerie red glow moving toward a figure. The creature had already overwhelmed someone and then turned, sensing her presence. It began to change shape until it resembled her late father. The creature spoke in a voice like his, calling her name. Terrified, Naho tried to run and hide, but the doors came down and the shifting mass advanced. She cried out in fear. Dinner was being served in the daimyo's palace. Although Naruto had accompanied the Hokage, he ate separately and then returned to his room. Alarms suddenly rang through the palace as guards ran to their posts. The captain ordered soldiers to search for Lady Naho and the other noble children. A soldier reported that a strange being was approaching the capital. The captain instructed the forces to prepare defenses and begin evacuations if necessary. Chiriku told Asuma to go with the others while he stayed behind to protect the daimyo. Asuma left with 10 others to face the approaching threat. Naruto heard the commotion and, despite his fear, gathered his courage to act. He put on his ring and used his newfound magic to help in any way he could. He summoned Shax, calling on the Marquis who commanded 30 legions. The stork demon appeared, and Naruto mounted Shax's back and ordered him to search for the missing children. Shax gave a screech and flew off to search. Within a few moments, Naruto arrived at the large lake near the fire capital and entered an abandoned building. Inside he found signs of a brutal struggle and scattered remains that made him feel sick. A foul odor filled the air. Hearing more screams, Naruto ran on and found a girl and a slimy creature. He drew the creature's attention and lured it away to give Naho time to escape. The creature pursued Naruto, seemingly fixated on his eye and snarling its intent. Naruto called Shax and the stork demon rushed in, slashing at the creature with steel talons. The creature screamed and counterattacked. Naruto's right hand flared with a dark flame and he launched a ball of shadow fire. The creature reacted but the attack had little effect. Frustrated by the weak result, Naruto continued to press the attack, aiding Shax, but the creature proved resilient. He then summoned another spirit, calling forth Elijah, the bold duke and knight who led 60 legions into battle. The great knight materialized and charged in. The creature realized Naruto commanded powerful spirits and demanded possession of the ring and his eye, threatening to devour him. Elijah drew his great longsword and leapt into battle, slicing through the creature's tendrils and landing heavy blows while Shax rained down talons. When the creature lunged at Naruto, Elijah intercepted and shielded him from the strike. With their coordinated assault, the creature's strength waned and it retreated. Naruto dismounted and checked on Naho, who was hiding among the pillars. He reassured her that the monster was gone. Naho peered out and asked if it was really over. Naruto confirmed it and offered to take her home. Naho asked about her friends. Naruto called Shax and Elijah. The two spirits phased through the walls and reappeared, which frightened Naho so much she fainted. Naruto sighed and instructed the spirits to gather the children and return to the capital to deal with the threat. They complied. Naruto mounted Shax again with the unconscious Naho. Shax carried 4 of the children while Elijah summoned an armored horse and took the rest. The 3 moved quickly toward the fire capital. Fire capital, land of fire. The fire capital's defenses City Watch, samurai levies, fire monks, and the Guardian 12 were under assault by a towering demon. Purple lightning crackled from the demon's fingers and incapacitated those who tried to stop it. As Shax flew away from the danger, Naruto recognized the demon as Barbatos, the 8th spirit catalogued in the Ars Goetia. He suspected the slime creature had been aided by Barbatos. He also saw that the city defenders had been disabled and many inhabitants had fallen into a deep sleep. Looking down, he noticed another spirit, a crowned man riding a camel, the kingly figure Paimon. Naruto ordered Shax to get them to safety. Shax obeyed. Once they landed and the children were set down, Naruto studied the 2 powerful spirits and realized he would have to take control of them. He told Shax to find 8 lamps, and the stork demon flew off to fetch them. The winter sun shone over the fire capital, bringing a pleasant warmth. The people below had only vague memory of the attack and its repulsion. The full truth was known to only a very few. Naho asked her uncle, the fire daimyo, where the yellow-haired boy from the ninja village was the one who had looked pale. The daimyo replied that Naruto was recovering in his room and asked why she wanted to know. Naho explained that Naruto had saved her from the monster the night before. The daimyo said the boy should be rewarded for saving her. Naho asked to meet Naruto, and the daimyo agreed, warning her caretakers not to be rough since Naruto was still recovering. The caretakers escorted Naho to his room. Morning light fell across Naruto's pale face and he began to wake. His groan alerted the old Hokage, Hiruzen, who rose to check on him and called his name. Hiruzen noticed the whisker-like marks that had once been on Naruto's cheeks were now gone after the Senju compound test of courage. Naruto smiled at the sight of his grandfather and then remembered the events of the night before, growing unsettled. Hiruzen urged him to calm down and offered water and medicine. After Naruto drank, Hiruzen sat down and demanded an explanation about the strange eye and the spirits Naruto had commanded. Naruto apologized for not telling him and began to speak about his eye, but hesitated when Hiruzen pressed him for more. Hiruzen asked Naruto not to be afraid to tell him what had happened. Naruto explained that when he had tried to run to the Hokage, the pain had forced him to stop and had told him not to speak. Hiruzen found it strange that an ocular bloodline power would be sentient. He had never known an eye-based ability to act with a will of its own. He asked Naruto if the pain no longer came when he spoke of it. Naruto told the old Hokage that he thought the glamour sight trusted Hiruzen, which was the only reason there had been no surge of pain. Hiruzen listened and then explained that ocular bloodline techniques were usually tied to a clan. He cited the Uchiha's copying eye and the Hyuga's white eye as familiar examples, each with distinct powers and limitations. Naruto's eye, the glamour sight, remained unknown. Hiruzen asked Naruto to describe any abilities it might have. Naruto answered that he could see the flow of chakra and sense the emotions of those around him, including the monster they had faced. He could often tell where and when it would attack, how to counter it, and where its weaknesses lay. Hiruzen noted that this made the glamour sight somewhat similar to those other ocular powers, though with unique abilities of its own. Hiruzen then asked about the things Naruto had summoned. Naruto described returning to a compound and finding a ring and 3 books, one of which was the Lesser Key of Solomon. He explained that the first volume, the Ars Goetia, listed 72 spirits and the means to bind them. Hiruzen warned that playing with such entities was dangerous and could have harmed Naruto. Naruto showed Hiruzen the ring and said that it was the Ring of Solomon, which bound the spirits to its wearer and prevented them from harming him. Hiruzen calmed somewhat but remained concerned. He asked if Naruto could command all 72 spirits. Naruto said he could not command them all. A set of spirit sigils rose as faint circles above the ring as he named those he controlled: Shax, Eliger, Glaciolabalas, Fornius, Marba, Barbatos, and King Paimon. Hiruzen calculated that controlling 7 out of 72 could still be useful but reiterated the danger, noting that the large creature from the previous night had possessed power comparable to a lower-tier tailed beast. He warned Naruto to keep the ring secure. Naruto relayed that the Lesser Key of Solomon had claimed the ring would be bound to its current owner and could not be taken without divine intervention. Hiruzen asked about the black fire Naruto had used the night before. Naruto called it the Darkness Flame and admitted he was still learning to control it. Hiruzen instructed Naruto to keep both the glamour sight and his new powers secret while promising to help him learn control. He warned that as Hokage his time was limited, but he would try his best. Hiruzen also told Naruto that his actions had effectively completed an A-rank mission and that he would record the reward and mark the incident as a high-level secret. Naruto brightened at the news of the reward and the recognition. At that moment the Fire Daimyo's niece, Noha, entered and rushed to Naruto's side to thank him for rescuing her. She expressed her gratitude and bade them both farewell. A week later, the daimyo publicly rewarded Naruto for saving his niece, giving him money equivalent to 3.5 A-rank missions, fine clothing materials, gold, silver, and a few precious stones. Hiruzen hoped Naruto would keep their agreement to maintain secrecy. Naruto, relieved to be acknowledged and not labeled a monster, accepted the gratitude. As Hiruzen and Naruto prepared to continue their tour of the Land of Fire, the old Hokage chose a secluded forest as a quiet, suitable place to begin. Learning more about the glamour site. A calm pause followed before their training would begin. Hiruzen explained that he wanted to test Naruto's powers and gauge how powerful the demons the boy controlled were. The third Hokage thought of Naruto both as a grandfather and as the leader of the village. He viewed Naruto like a grandson, similar to his actual grandson Konohamaru, though they were not related by blood. The eye Naruto had developed showed abilities never seen before, and the boy could command powerful spirits. Hiruzen worried for Naruto's safety and hoped nothing would harm him. As Hokage, Hiruzen also considered the wider implications. The eye's uniqueness and the demon's strength posed both a danger and an opportunity. The large spirit from the previous night, Duke Barbatos, had shown power comparable to several tailed beasts. Such forces could become valuable assets to the Hidden Leaf's defenses, and Hiruzen would not allow them to fall into enemy hands. Naruto braced himself and followed Hiruzen's instructions. Hiruzen ordered Naruto to summon one of his demons so he could evaluate its abilities in a controlled sparring session. Naruto expressed concern that the demons might seriously injure the old Hokage, but Hiruzen reassured him that he was more than capable of defending himself. Naruto extended his hand, traced a glowing magic circle, and called forth Elijah, the great duke and bold knight who led legions into battle. The armored demon knight materialized and prepared for combat. Hiruzen responded with a barrage of techniques, shaping a dragon of mud and then conjuring a defensive wall, followed by a fire dragon and a sequence of shuriken that multiplied into clones. The mud dragon and wall failed to stop Elijah, and the fire attacks and shuriken had little effect on the knight's advance. Hiruzen unleashed torrents of water and a crackling surge of lightning to stagger the demon, then formed a shock wave when Elijah struck. He cast a great fireball and finally summoned his monkey king Enma, who transformed into an adamantine staff. Hiruzen and Elijah clashed for a long duel, the encounter unfolding like a high-energy anime battle without bodily harm. Powerful strikes, flashy techniques, and rapid counters rather than gore or injury. Hiruzen later recorded his observations in his journal. In the entry dated December 23, 74 AV, Hiruzen wrote that on December 13 he discovered Naruto's unique eye, which Naruto called the glamour sight. The eye had appeared after the Senju compound test of courage incident on September 7, 74 AV, about 3 months earlier. Alongside the eye, Naruto had been learning a form of magic and unnatural power that allowed him to control spirits. Naruto possessed the ability to command 72 spirits, and at the time of the journal he had 7 under his control: Shax, Elijah, Glaciolabalas, Marba, Fornius, Barbatos, and Paimon. Hiruzen ranked them roughly by strength. Shax resembled a stork-like spirit with talons capable of tearing through metal and was comparable to special Jonin level. Elijah took the form of an armored warrior, durable and strong, and Hiruzen had found him on a Jonin level comparable to other top ninjas. Glaciolabalas appeared as a winged lion whose roar could paralyze opponents and whose strength could shatter boulders. This spirit could also take the shape of a winged wild dog, also Jonin level. Marba was another powerful lion-like spirit, durable and able to break large rocks, Jonin level as well. Fornius took the form of a vast sea beast, accompanied by a spectral water presence when it moved. This spirit could rival the size and threat of the great-tailed beasts. Barbatos manifested as a mighty dragon whose arrival was heralded by an eerie chorus. He was nearly as large as Fornius and reached Kage or tailed beast level. King Paimon appeared as a strikingly handsome man riding a camel and stood as the strongest of the spirits Naruto controlled, nearly challenging Hiruzen himself and ranking at Kage or tailed beast level. Hiruzen also listed the abilities granted by the glamour sight as he had observed them. The eye gave Naruto an instinctive understanding of different languages without formal study. It enhanced perception and prediction, allowing Naruto to anticipate an opponent's movements, although his physical speed had not yet matched that perception. It provided vision comparable to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, enabling him to see chakra flow and granting a form of X-ray sight through certain obstacles. Hiruzen noted that these were not necessarily the eye's only abilities and that time would reveal its full extent. On January 12th of the new year, 75 AV, Hiruzen and Naruto returned to the Hidden Leaf after their tour around the Land of Fire. Hiruzen admitted he had spent much of the trip focused on deciphering the glamour site and assessing the spirits. He had hoped for more time to strengthen ties with the Hidden Sand and perhaps arrange social visits for Naruto, but time had run short. From his sparring with the spirits, Hiruzen recognized their strength and the difficulty of overcoming them, particularly Paimon, who had nearly bested him. He felt more confident about the village's future if Naruto continued to grow stronger and mature. At the village gate, the Chunin Izumo nudged his fellow guard Kotetsu awake and announced the return of the Hokage. Kotetsu jolted up, stumbled from his chair, then snapped into attention and greeted the arrival properly. Hiruzen walked into the village accompanied by Naruto. Izumo pointed out Naruto to Kotetsu, remarking that they now understood where the child had come from. Anko Mitarashi and her friends were in a tea shop when Anko noticed the Hokage returning and told Kurenai that he had returned from his tour. Kurenai replied that she had seen him and added that he seemed to be talking with an Uzumaki boy. Hana Inazuka wondered aloud whether the Hokage seemed unusually attached to that boy, and Kurenai asked Yugao, the purple-haired ANBU captain recently reinstated, if she knew anything. Yugao said she had no jurisdiction over the matter and did not know the nature of the Hokage's connection to the Uzumaki. Later, Naruto asked Hiruzen whether Irika could sense anything about his eye. Hiruzen considered the question and told Naruto that Irika could help, but reminded the boy not to tell anyone else about the eye or his powers. Naruto agreed and rushed home while Hiruzen returned to his clan compound. Hiruzen entered his clan home and thought it good to be home after a month on tour and over a week of sparring with hostile spirits. Danzo Shimura arrived and greeted Hiruzen, mentioning he had heard the Hokage had taken the Uzumaki boy with him. Hiruzen assured Danzo they had both had a pleasant time. Danzo asked pointedly whether Hiruzen intended to adopt the boy or make him an apprentice. Hiruzen said he only wanted Naruto to enjoy life while he could. They ordered tea, and for the first time in years the two men spoke as old acquaintances rather than political rivals. It was February of year 75 AV in the Hidden Leaf village. Life carried on. Civilians went about daily tasks, ninjas undertook missions, and students attended the academy to become genin. Irika Yumino received the details of the tour from the Hokage and learned that Naruto's right eye had transformed into a new ocular technique called the glamour sight. The Hokage tasked Irika with learning what he could about this new eye and its abilities. Irika protested that it was beyond his expertise, but the Hokage insisted because Irika was the one person Naruto trusted. Reluctantly, Irika accepted the responsibility. Irika compared what he knew of other ocular techniques and suspected the glamour sight shared some abilities, such as seeing chakra and seeing through solid objects, but it differed in key ways. It did not grant the ability to copy techniques or possess photographic memory. Irika expected there would be more to discover. Irika told Naruto that he would try to use a genjutsu to test the boy's reactions and asked Naruto to signal if it became too much. Naruto agreed, and Irika attempted the few genjutsu he knew, but the techniques had no effect. Irika noted that Naruto felt nothing and wrote down a possible genjutsu immunity. Irika asked Naruto to try using the glamour sight to cast a genjutsu, explaining that some ocular techniques could cast illusions with a glance. Naruto attempted to use his eye but was unable to produce anything after several minutes of effort. Irika resolved to record that casting genjutsu might not be possible from his notes. A civilian woman walking nearby noticed the two and asked whether they were ninja. The sudden interruption startled Naruto and he glanced at her. The woman suddenly felt dizzy, collapsed, and appeared unconscious. Irika rushed to check on her while Naruto panicked and called for her to respond. To both their surprise, the woman soon stood and moved as if under suggestion. Irika observed that the woman's eyes showed a trance-like state and concluded the effect resembled a hypnosis-based genjutsu. He wrote this observation down and considered how to free her from the trance. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood looking over the village and reminded himself that although things were calm, he could not become complacent. He turned to his old teammates Koharu Udatane and Hamura and admitted he had brought Naruto along on his tour despite previously forbidding anyone from adopting the boy. Koharu reminded Hiruzen of his order and suggested he might be going against his own word by forming a connection. Hiruzen asked whether it was wrong for him to connect with people, reflecting on the balance between duty and personal bonds. The village leader said that he simply wished for Naruto to enjoy his life and to forget the pain of what had happened not long ago. Hamura then remarked that the village needed capable ninjas, not ones with mental problems, taking a pointed jab at the village leader and alluding to Orochimaru. Everyone in the room understood the reference. Hamura added that it would do them all good if Naruto did not carry such burdens, for given who his parents were it could become a liability and a waste of talent. A knock came at the door. The village leader invited the visitor to enter, and Mabuki Haruno, president of the civilian council, stepped inside with papers in hand. Mabuki apologized to the village leader and the elders and presented the monthly report. After the village leader received the report, Mabuki left the office. Koharu scoffed at the idea of the civilian council, and the village leader replied that he would be happy to disband the council if Koharu would be willing to take over their duties. The three elders continued their discussion that afternoon, talking about the village and its relationship with the other villages. That night, at the Leafs training ground number 44, known as the Forest of Death, Naruto stood inside a summoning circle and began the ritual to call one of the 72 spirits from the grimoire of the 72 spirits. The circle began to glow as Naruto extended his hand and invoked the 17th spirit, the serpentine entity Bodhis, described in the grimoire as a great president and earl who commands many legions. A large viper-like spirit emerged and was bound by the Ring of Solomon. The snake gave a thunderous roar before the binding took hold and then awaited orders. Naruto commanded the spirit to shrink, and the snake reduced to a regular size. Then he ordered it to enlarge and it returned to its original, imposing form. The village leader arrived behind Naruto and noted that he had bound another spirit. Naruto introduced the spirit to the village leader as the 17th entity catalogued in the grimoire, Bodhis. The village leader thought to himself that this Bodhis seemed larger and more intimidating than even Manda, the famed snake summon, and a good deal scarier. He then suggested that they go into the Forest of Death to observe what Bodhis could do. Naruto asked for confirmation, since he had not properly tested most of his summons aside from a prior encounter. The village leader agreed and promised supervision. They moved deeper into the forest and found a number of large wild animals suitable for testing the spirit. Naruto ordered Bodhis to attack. The snake surged into action, and the ensuing confrontation played out like a dramatic, high-energy scene from an action tale. Bodhis' power overwhelmed the beasts, and the encounter ended quickly with the animals neutralized and the demonstration of strength complete, presented without graphic detail. The village leader observed that Bodhis had powerful, durable scales and might well be tougher than even Manda. Naruto ordered Bodhis to return to its domain, and the spirit withdrew. The village leader told Naruto that Bodhis was indeed very powerful and asked that Naruto inform him before summoning any more of the spirits so they could assess the strength together. If necessary, they could test a spirit on the forest beasts but only under careful supervision. Naruto agreed and then went home to prepare for the coming week's examinations. On Saturday in the village leader's office, Naruto once again helped with paperwork. With a youthful curiosity, Naruto asked the village leader how an entry-level ninja becomes a mid-level ninja. The village leader explained that promotion to mid-level status depended on a ninja's skills, capabilities, and experience, and that the decision was made by the supervising high-level ninja instructor or the village leader. Naruto then asked about the mid-level exams and what would happen if someone passed them. The village leader explained that the mid-level exams were a public demonstration of the village's junior ninjas, a way to show their strength, attract clients, and foster peace between villages. Exceptional juniors might be promoted to mid-level status as a result. Naruto said he understood and asked if he could become a mid-level ninja now, given his demon summons and his magic. The village leader replied that it might be possible in time, but Naruto still had a long way to go. His magic required more practice, and he still needed to complete academy requirements. Patience and continued training would be necessary. Naruto then asked what summons actually were. The village leader explained that summons were sentient beings bound to a separate realm. They formed contracts with a ninja, and in return the ninja could call them for assistance in battle. The village leader noted that he held a contract with the Monkey Clan and that his former students, the legendary 3 ninjas, each had their own contracts. Orochimaru had the snake contract, Jiraiya had the toad contract, and Tsunade had the slug contract. Not all ninjas had summons, and different ninjas formed bonds with different kinds of summons. When Naruto asked whether Legendary 3 was a rank like mid-level, high-level, or village leader, the village leader laughed and clarified that it was a title of honor, not a rank. He recounted how, during the Second Ninja War, a powerful ninja named Hanzo with a salamander contract had nearly destroyed a platoon of the Leaf's best, and only the village leader's students survived. Because of their survival, Hanzo bestowed upon them the title of the Leaf's legendary 3 ninja. The village leader added that he himself had earned a title for his mastery of many skills, often called the Professor, and that some had even called him the god of the ninja arts, though he believed that honor belonged to his predecessor and teacher, the founder of the Leaf Village, Hashirama Senju. Naruto expressed admiration and called the village leader Gramps, as a term of affection, showing newfound respect. He then remembered something and searched his pockets. Naruto nearly forgot the gift until the last moment. He pulled out a small box and told Hiruzen that he had found a section in the Summary of Perfection and wished the old Hokage a happy birthday. Hiruzen nearly gasped. He had forgotten that day was his birthday. Hiruzen told Naruto that he did not have to, and tears threatened his eyes as he took the small box and asked if he could open it. Naruto replied that of course he could, since it was his present. Inside, Hiruzen found a ring made of pure gold. Hiruzen thanked Naruto, and Naruto explained that it was not just a gold ring and that he should wait 9 days to understand. Naruto added that the ring was called Draupner, gave the Hokage a wink, checked the time, and said he had to go practice. Hiruzen thanked him as Naruto walked out, feeling much happier knowing that a lot of the paperwork had been completed with Naruto's help. 9 days later, Hiruzen woke after a good night's sleep. He washed his face, drank some warm water, and suddenly remembered the birthday present Naruto had given him. He searched for the ring, remembered its name Draupner, and gasped at the sight. The ring had multiplied. There were 9 copies of equal mass and value along with the original. Hiruzen now had 10 rings of pure gold. He screamed with ecstatic joy, waking the neighborhood, and declared it the best birthday present he had ever received. Journal of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Entry number 4. February 27, 75 AV. Draupner, the ring Naruto gave me for my birthday, has multiplied again. The original can create 9 copies of itself with equal mass and value every 9 nights. Now I have 19 golden rings. Best birthday present ever. Entry number 5. March 14, 75 AV. Naruto's eye abilities as of this entry are as follows. Flow manipulation. Naruto's eye grants him the ability to see and manipulate the flow of his chakra. Irika Yumino conducted tests and found that it may be possible for Naruto to control the chakra flow of his opponents. However, Naruto's large chakra reserves, thanks to his Uzumaki blood, make chakra control difficult. He has much to practice. Genjutsu immunity. I tried some high-level genjutsu on the Aeglethyma and found that it is immune to even the strongest genjutsu in my arsenal. Naruto's left eye and other senses can still be affected, so he must rely on his right eye when confronting powerful genjutsu. Hypnotism. While the Aeglethyma has no genjutsu casting powers, it can cast a very strong hypnotic influence on others. If my old student Jiraiya were to find out about this, I hope the Sage of Six Paths would help those affected. Weakness sight. Naruto can see the weaknesses of his opponents. Entry number 6, June 27, 75 AV. Another eye-based ability was discovered. Empath. Naruto can sense the emotions of others' happiness, anger, sadness, and more. As of this entry, the number of spirits under Naruto's control has increased by 10. Duke Agars, Prince Visago, Marquis Gamagen, Duke Valefor, Marquis Amon, Prince Citri, Marquis Larage, Duke Zepar, Duke Salos, and President Merrick's. With the others, this brings the total to 18 demon spirits out of 72. Entry number 7. July 17, 75 AV. Last week, on July 7th, Naruto fell deathly ill. Constant magic practice has weakened his body greatly. Irika and I took him to the hospital for immediate treatment and found that Naruto's body is weak, unhealthy, and fragile. The doctors and nurses do not know how to treat his condition. I wonder if Tsunade might know how to help. I wish I could say this was because Naruto's diet consists of ramen, but such is not the case. Power and knowledge come at a price, and for Naruto, learning magic seems to have resulted in a frail body. As a grandfather-like figure, I am deeply concerned. The politician and ninja in me, however, cares about his potential, demon summons, and magic powers. This dual, sometimes conflicting mindset weighs on me. I only pray that Naruto recovers soon. Entry number 8, July 30th 75 AV. Naruto was released from the hospital. His body is still weak and fragile and his health is in worse shape than before, but he is alive and that is what matters. His condition may prevent him from excelling at taijutsu. Entry number 9, August 15th 75 AV. Naruto continues to learn magic, but Irika and I ensure he does not strain his body beyond repair. He has started learning Shinto magic. 3 unique abilities Naruto is now close to mastering are the silver coin barrier, a protective barrier created with a silver coin that works best in mountainous terrain due to its origin. The Shinto divine barrier, another protective barrier that covers a larger area but is somewhat weaker, and Misogi, a ritualistic cleansing of mind, body, and soul that can be used offensively against malevolent spirits or evil people. When Misogi is used as an attack, it manifests as a type of yellow lightning of about B rank in power. Entry number 10, October 10th 75 AV. Irika and I decided to celebrate Naruto's 10th birthday. We ordered cake and delicious food and gave Naruto some presents. He deserved a celebration like any child. Naruto summoned another of the 72 spirits, Prince Ipos. His control now extends to 19 demon spirits. He was not severely drained, and we celebrated his birthday with great joy. Entry number 11, December 12th 75 AV. I oversaw Naruto learning more of the darkness flame. His control was steadily improving, but he lost control today. Luckily, we were not inside the Leaf Village and I was able to contain it. I made Naruto promise not to use his magic until he could truly master it. If he could not by the time he became a genin, he must use it only in emergencies. He accepted the promise and I was pleased. I decided to teach him a little about ninjutsu, and although one does not usually gain a chakra nature until they are experienced genin, Naruto has a wind affinity. He had been taught the wind style, great breakthrough to use in difficult situations until he mastered his magic. Hokage's office, a year and a half later. Naruto, now 11, finished the first pile of Hiruzen's approved paperwork and informed his grandfather that he was done. Hiruzen thanked Naruto and stretched his old joints, telling him that since he had already mastered the great breakthrough, he could teach him another winjutsu. Naruto responded with eager agreement. Hiruzen reminded him of their promise not to use magic recklessly until he could truly control it, and Naruto assured him he understood. The door slammed open as Might Guy burst into the office, bowing deeply to the Hokage. The sudden entrance startled Naruto, stirring a flicker of past fear that made him hide behind Hiruzen. Hiruzen addressed Might Guy and asked his purpose, teasing about contests with Kakashi. Might Guy explained that he had come to ask the Hokage to reconsider the academy status of the student Rock Lee. Hiruzen recalled the reports that Lee could not mold chakra and appeared incompetent in academics and the 3 disciplines. Might Guy insisted that he could mold Rock Lee into a great ninja, describing Lee's relentless training and saying that Lee reminded him of himself. Hiruzen considered the possibility that another taijutsu master like Guy would benefit the village, took a thoughtful puff from his pipe, and granted Guy's request. Guy expressed heartfelt gratitude and promised the Hokage he would not regret it. That night in the hidden Leaf Village, Naruto practiced his wind techniques at a training ground. He shaped wind chakra around a shuriken with wind style, rotating shuriken, causing the weapon to spin with a forceful gust. The wind-laced shuriken sliced cleanly through small branches and came to a stop in the trunk. Pleased with the result, Naruto took a kunai, formed hand signs, and channeled a steady stream of wind chakra to create wind-style, vacuum blade. The kunai extended into a blade of air that he used to strike the training dummies, leaving 2 of them heavily damaged. As he prepared to walk home, his teacher Irika Umino arrived and greeted him, noting his practice. Irika explained that the Hokage had summoned both of them to the Hokage Tower and then placed a hand on Naruto to move them there instantly using the body flicker technique. On the roof of the tower, Hiruzen told them that he wanted them to undertake an A-rank mission. Irika reacted with concern, pointing out his own Chunin rank and Naruto's inexperience, and asked why a Jonin or Anbu squad was not being assigned instead. Hiruzen explained that he hoped Naruto's demon summons would make a decisive difference and that he wanted Irika to oversee and guide the operation. He asked Naruto to pack quietly and reminded him to use his summons and to tell no one about the mission. Naruto acknowledged the orders. Once they were alone, Irika asked Hiruzen why the target was a hidden cloud outpost and whether this was retaliation for the Hyuga incident years before. Hiruzen confirmed the answer and said that the hidden cloud had tried to infiltrate and kidnap a clan heir. He felt they had waited too long to respond. He emphasized that the mission must be carried out in secret and with no identifiable traces linking the operation back to the Leaf. They were not to wear the Leaf uniform and should avoid leaving anything that could be traced. Irika questioned whether Naruto's summons could match an ANBU squad, and Hiruzen replied that the summons were an unknown factor. By the time the Raikage learned of the attack, the outpost would be neutralized and abandoned. The 3rd Hokage told Irika that he had another motive. He explained that he wanted Naruto to become hardened to killing. With the demon summons, magic, and the trauma from the test of courage, the Hokage feared Naruto might be mentally fragile. Given the boy's powers and potential, it would be a waste if he faltered, but the Hokage also did not want Naruto to enjoy taking lives. Hiruzen warned that the last thing the village and the ninja world needed was another Orochimaru-like figure. Irika understood. He replied that the Hokage wanted Naruto made mentally strong so he would not become useless or a psychopath. The 3rd Hokage affirmed this, and Irika promised to try his best. He then used body flicker and returned home, leaving the Hokage alone on the rooftop. Cloud Outpost, Land of Lightning. Irika and Naruto arrived at their target 3 days after the Hokage's briefing. The outpost was manned by several dozen Chunin and about 4 Jonin. This was a surgical strike, the Leaf's retaliation on the cloud for the Hyuga affair. Irika felt nervous. He was a Chunin, better suited to teaching than to leading on high-ranked missions, and this was an A-rank operation. He worried more for the blonde boy than for himself. Naruto had potential, but his body had been weakened by the magic he had used. Irika reassured Naruto that he was there and urged him not to be scared. Naruto responded with a shaky denial of fear, and Irika instructed him to summon his spirits and let them attack the outpost. Naruto nodded and called forth 3 demonic spirits, Elijah, Bodis, and Glaciolabilus. He ordered them to assault the hidden cloud outpost. Bodis charged forward and smashed through the outpost's wall with overwhelming force. Elijah and Glaciolabilus followed, and together the 3 spirits engaged the cloud defenders. The cloud shinobi reacted with elemental techniques, but their jutsu barely affected the summoned entities. The demons moved like unstoppable forces, quickly overwhelming the outpost's fighters. Several defenders were knocked down, incapacitated, or killed in the confrontation. The destruction was swift and decisive rather than graphic. A female Cloud Chunin tried to flee to summon reinforcements, using a concealment technique and body flicker to escape, but Glaciolabilus intercepted her and the attempt failed. The scene left Naruto in stunned silence and shaken with terror. He had summoned the spirits and ordered them into battle. The responsibility for the lives lost weighed heavily on him. Irika asked Naruto how it felt to be a killer. Naruto could not answer. He did not take pleasure in what had happened. At 11 years old, he was suddenly responsible for the deaths of many shinobi, and the weight of that responsibility registered on him. Irika told Naruto that in the ninja world it was kill or be killed and that, when he became a genin, he would likely have to take a life at some point. He explained that a shinobi must learn to desensitize themselves in order to complete missions and protect their people, but that they must not kill for pleasure. A ninja who lives only to kill is a madman. Irika emphasized that their attack on the cloud was presented as a justified retaliation, not wanton cruelty, and asked if Naruto understood. Naruto, trembling, said he understood. They kill out of necessity, not pleasure. Irika instructed him to recall his summons, and Naruto ordered Eliger, Bodhis, and Glaciolabelas back to their domains. Once the spirits departed, the two returned to the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf Village. Raikage Tower, Hidden Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage demanded to know how there could be no traces of the attackers. An ANBU operative reported that there were indeed no signs of shinobi activity and that the attack had come without warning. The Raikage slammed his palm against the table in frustration and demanded more than vague answers. The ANBU explained that the damage suggested a massive, durable summon creature and that many high-ranked jutsu had been used against it with little effect. There were no identifiable remains or traces to confirm the type of creature that had attacked, and the corpses themselves presented oddities that warranted further investigation. Darui, the Cloud Jonin known for his black lightning, questioned the assessment and sought clarification as the inquiry continued. The Raikage asked the Special Forces to explain what they meant by strange. The Special Forces operative showed photos of the outpost attack and reported that 26 ninja had been stationed there, 4 of them high-level ninja. 3 had been crushed, 4 had suffered burns, 9 had been cut down by blades, 2 had been overwhelmed in close combat, and the remainder had been attacked by a large animal. Darui examined the marks and concluded they pointed to a beast, likely a large cat, but the damage was more extensive than an ordinary animal would cause and suggested the involvement of a summoning. The Raikage called his assistant Mabui and asked if there was any intelligence on a ninja with a summoning contract for cats or something similar. Mabui reported that there was none. Frustrated, the Raikage ordered Darui to assemble a team of the best high-level ninja to patrol the border and to increase overall border security. Those present nodded and departed to carry out the orders. The Raikage then told Mabui to have the spies investigate the attack, and she left to give the command. He reflected on who might dare attack the cloud. A rogue ninja, the grass, the mist, or even the leaf. Village hidden in the leaves. Hiruzen Sarutobi noted the return of Naruto and Irika as they arrived in the forest of death riding shacks. Naruto sent the stork back to his domain. Irika complained about the speed of the flight and then reported to the Hokage that the mission was complete. The outpost had been destroyed and more than 24 cloud ninja had died. Hiruzen asked how many summoned spirits had been used. Naruto replied that 3 had been called. Hiruzen paid them for an A-rank mission. Irika insisted that Naruto accept the reward because Naruto had done most of the work, while Naruto wanted Irika to take it as a small repayment for his guidance. They eventually agreed to split the payment evenly. Hiruzen told Naruto he could go rest and asked Irika to deliver a full report with all details the next day. Irika acknowledged the request and departed. 2 days later, word of the attack had reached the Leaf. The surprise strike and the death of so many cloud shinobi stirred strong feelings among the villagers. Many expressed hostility toward the cloud and a sense that past grievances had been avenged. Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, entered the Hokage's office after a summons. Hiruzen spoke with him about the outpost attack. Hayashi admitted the news was satisfying and said he hoped his brother could rest in peace, then asked who had carried out the strike. Hiruzen asked Hayashi to tell no one and then revealed that he had ordered a covert, surgical operation intended to be untraceable to the Leaf. He asked for Hayashi's silence. Hayashi agreed and requested that the Hyuga convey their gratitude to those responsible. Hiruzen consented. Hiruzen told Hayashi he intended to reconstitute a police force and suggested that some Hyuga members serve in. He also announced plans for a purge to root out corruption within the Hidden Leaf. Hayashi agreed to discuss the police force with the elders and offered the Hyuga's assistance with the purge. A week later, Hiruzen reintroduced the Leaf Police Force, composed mainly of well-trained civilian soldiers with shinobi supervisors. The subsequent crackdown involved thorough record checks, searches of suspect homes, and the rounding up of those alleged to be corrupt. The suspects were tried, and those found guilty were interrogated and handed severe sentences, including exile or forced labor far from the village. 3 members of the civilian council, the chief architect, the minister of finances, and the minister of supplies, were found guilty and were detained along with their families. In total, 213 civilians were arrested during the purge of 76 AV. 40 were executed and the rest were sent to forced labor camps. Journal of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Entry 12, January 1, 77 AV. Another power of the eagle theme has been discovered. According to Naruto, the name of this power is the Angel of Death. This power takes the form of an ethereal, dark blue chakra avatar, much like the Susanoo of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As of this writing, Naruto can only manifest the chakra, a ribcage, and the right arm. It is very likely that it will increase in the future. On the subject of Naruto, Hiruzen noted that the boy had trouble with the basic clone technique. Even though Naruto's body remained frail from his study of magic, he retained Uzumaki resilience. Hiruzen taught him the shadow clone technique in the hope that Naruto could learn it. It took nearly half an hour, but Naruto managed to create up to 4 clones. Hidden Leaf Village, March of 77 AV. It was time for Naruto's class to have their graduation exams and be placed on teams. Afterward, they would be evaluated by a senior ninja who would determine whether they became junior ninja or had to return to the academy. Irika Yumino announced that Shikamaru Nara had passed. Mizuki then called Choji Akimichi forward, and Irika instructed Choji to demonstrate the substitution, transformation, and clone techniques. Sakura Haruno told her rival that she would pass flawlessly, and Ino retorted that Sakura was only jealous because Sakura had scored higher marks. Sakura then completed her exam and received a headband. She teased Ino about passing. Naruto waited his turn. Since the Senju compound incident and the events that followed, he had become timid, shy, and introverted, very unlike the prankster he had once been. He covered his ears against the loud noises of his classmates, calling their chatter sound pollution. Naruto wore long black pants and a white shirt. He was about 12 or 13 years old and stood roughly 4 feet 11 inches. A face patch covered his forehead and much of the right side of his face, leaving a hole for the ear and stopping at the lip. His hair was less spiky now. The strands on the right side were longer, partially covering the face patch. Over his shirt he wore a black hooded cloak he had kept on since he was 10. When Irika had once asked why he wore it, Naruto had replied that it made him look cool and like a sorcerer. Irika called Kiba Inuzuka as passing and then summoned Naruto. Irika asked Naruto to perform the substitution, transformation, and clone techniques. Naruto substituted with a log and transformed into Irika. For the last task he produced 4 shadow clones, since he still struggled with the regular clone technique. Irika smiled and congratulated Naruto, presenting him with his headband. Naruto adjusted the hair covering his face patch and put the headband on, then left the hall to find classmates surprised that he had passed. Shikamaru muttered that it was a drag that even Naruto had passed. Kiba shrugged that it did not matter. Hinata Hyuga, more timid than Naruto, offered a shy congratulations. The instructor announced to the class that they had all passed the academy graduation exams. The students were told to return the next day for photos for their ninja IDs and to come back the day after. The instructor wished them luck. Night fell over the Hidden Leaf Village. The latest academy students had passed their graduation exams and believed they were now junior ninja, ready for missions. Unbeknownst to them, a senior ninja would test them further and decide who could truly advance. Naruto, the 12-year-old with a strange and unknown eye power, practiced alone at a secluded training ground. Night had already come, and he planned to go home, have dinner, and sleep. As he prepared to leave, his right eye gave him a sense that something was wrong. He felt the village in a state of alert. Shinobi were moving across rooftops. Walking on, Naruto found a very large scroll ahead and sensed someone familiar nearby. Turning, he saw Irika, who was badly hurt and slumped on the ground. Naruto rushed to him and asked what had happened and who had done this. Irika identified Mizuki as the attacker and warned Naruto that Mizuki intended to steal the forbidden scroll of sealing. Irika explained that the scroll contained forbidden techniques and that Mizuki would use them to gain power and turn against the village. Iruka pleaded with Naruto not to let Mizuki obtain the scroll. Mizuki then appeared, carrying 2 windmill shuriken on his back. He accused Iruka of lying and claimed that Iruka wanted the forbidden scroll for himself. Iruka cut him off, insisting that Mizuki was lying and warning Naruto not to allow Mizuki to get the scroll. Naruto's eye allowed him to sense their emotions. He perceived that Iruka was telling the truth while Mizuki was deceitful. Naruto accused Mizuki of being the traitor to the village. Mizuki, however, told Naruto that everyone was lying to him and asked whether Naruto wanted to know the truth. Mizuki demanded the secret the Hokage had forbidden to speak, the reason Iruka and all the villagers despised Naruto. Iruka shouted that it was forbidden and tried to stop him. Naruto hesitated between escaping with the scroll and trying to stop Mizuki by force, but the forbidden decree pulled at him. He wanted to know what had been hidden. Mizuki claimed that the 9-tailed fox had not died that night but had been sealed inside Naruto, and that Naruto had killed Iruka's parents. Mizuki insisted that this was why everyone treated Naruto with contempt. Naruto froze, spiraling into an existential crisis, unable to reconcile being a simple blonde ninja with being the monstrous creature Mizuki described. A sudden surge of pain from his eyes snapped Naruto back to the moment. Iruka warned Naruto to get down and a windmill shuriken flew toward them. Naruto was too slow to react and fell, closing his left eye. The shuriken struck Iruka instead, and Iruka staggered, badly hurt. Despite his condition, Iruka insisted that Naruto was not the 9-tailed fox. He told Naruto that they were similar in some ways, both had been orphans who wanted recognition, and that Naruto's past pranks had reminded him of his younger self. Iruka said that no one deserved to be truly alone and that even though the incident had changed Naruto, he remained the same boy who wanted to be noticed. Mizuki laughed and taunted Iruka, saying he hated Naruto and would say anything to obtain the scroll. The accusation churned through Naruto. He ran from the field with all his strength while Iruka called after him, pleading for him to stop. Mizuki told the wounded Iruka that Naruto would use the scroll to take revenge on the leaf and that those were the eyes of a beast. Gathering his remaining strength, Iruka removed the windmill shuriken from his back and yelled that Naruto was not like that. He threw a giant shuriken at Mizuki but missed. Mizuki mocked Iruka and vowed to return for him once he had dealt with Naruto, then went after the fleeing boy. Iruka used a transformation technique to take Naruto's form and disguised a log as the scroll to slow Mizuki down. Naruto ran through the forest, a tear running from his left eye, yet he tried to think clearly. He reasoned that if he truly were the fox, Iruka would not be protective of him, and he did not sense any malicious chakra within himself. Convinced Mizuki was lying, Naruto turned back to help. A chase unfolded among the trees. Iruka, disguised as Naruto, set a trap and the person who appeared to be Iruka was knocked down, actually Mizuki in disguise. Mizuki demanded to know why Iruka protected Naruto, asserting that Naruto had killed Iruka's parents. Iruka refused to yield the scroll and defended Naruto, describing him as a lonely, hardworking boy who never gave up despite suffering. Iruka argued that Naruto was not a beast and that Mizuki was wrong. Mizuki threw another windmill shuriken and declared he would kill Iruka. The shuriken struck Iruka and he collapsed, grievously wounded. As Mizuki moved to finish him with a kunai, the kunai was deflected by a pebble and Mizuki turned to see Naruto. Mizuki taunted Naruto and prepared to attack, but Naruto unleashed a wind-style, great breakthrough technique. Mizuki dodged, but he did not notice Shax, a summoned stork, until it was too late. Shax struck from above, overwhelming Mizuki and rendering him incapacitated. Naruto commanded Shax to return to its domain, then rushed to Iruka's side and shook him, begging him to wake. Iruka did not respond. Iruka Umino, Chunin of the Hidden Leaf, succumbed to his wounds. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi mourned the loss of Iruka and called Mizuki a traitor. He acknowledged Naruto's role in securing the scroll and told Naruto that the village would have been proud of him. Naruto asked Hiruzen if he really was the 9-tailed fox. Hiruzen sighed, rebuked Mizuki's betrayal, and told Naruto that he was not the 9-tailed fox. Hiruzen told Naruto that he did not know how the rumors had started but assured him that he was not the fox. Naruto replied in a low voice that this explained why people kept their distance. They thought he was the fox. Hiruzen apologized for the way others treated him and for the suffering Naruto had endured because of misplaced hatred. He explained that the villagers had needed a scapegoat and Naruto had been the easy target. Hiruzen admitted that he had spent a great deal of time trying to trace the origin of the rumors but never succeeded. Hiruzen confirmed to Naruto that he was not the Nine Tails, and the blonde boy at last understood why people shunned and ignored him, convinced he was a beast in human skin. Naruto vowed to himself that he would prove them all wrong. Hiruzen then called Naruto over and placed Irika's forehead protector and the pay for a B-rank mission on the table. Hiruzen offered the protector as a memento of Irika Umino and asked Naruto to promise, on that token, that he would change how everyone thought of him. Naruto accepted the protector and promised that, in Irika's memory, he would show everyone he was not the Nine Tails. Hiruzen pointed to the money and explained it was payment for retrieving the forbidden scroll of sealing and for stopping Mizuki. Naruto thanked him with a tone that betrayed the truth. No amount of money could bring Irika back. With the protector in hand, Naruto returned home. The next day, Hiruzen stood on the top floor of the Hidden Leaf Academy, reviewing the registration photos of the recently graduated students. A few Kiba Inuzuka, Sakura Haruno, and Ino Yamanaka wore smiles in their pictures, while most were plain and neutral. Naruto's photo showed nothing but a blank, expressionless face. Hiruzen pointed out to Naruto that most genin barely knew a single elemental jutsu. Naruto, however, already knew at least 3 wind techniques, giving him an edge over others. Naruto acknowledged this but reminded the Hokage that it did not mean he should underestimate his peers. Hiruzen smiled with a touch of pride and noted that Naruto had remembered his lessons well despite the limited time he had to teach. Had the old, pre-Senju compound incident Naruto still been around, he would have been showing off his new techniques to anyone within earshot. That boy, Hiruzen thought, was gone. Before they could speak further, a commotion drew their attention. A small boy wearing a helmet and an absurdly long scarf charged into the room brandishing a cardboard shuriken and announcing a challenge to the old man. Naruto moved as if to stop him, but the boy tripped on his own scarf and collapsed onto the floor. Hiruzen sighed, mentally noting that this was the 20th sneak attack of the day from his grandson. A man in his 20s wearing dark blue leaf attire and circular glasses entered and fussed over the fallen child. Naruto asked Hiruzen whether he knew him, and Hiruzen confirmed that the boy was his grandson, Kanomaru. Naruto's left eye widened a little. This was the first time he had seen the Hokage's biological grandson. The grandson claimed something had tripped him, but the Jonin instructor Ebisu pointed out that the floor was flat. Kanomaru then fixed his gaze on Naruto and accused him of causing the fault. Naruto responded with an awkward look and a dismissive thumb point toward Kanomaru, prompting Hiruzen to cover his face in frustration. Kanomaru strode toward Naruto and continued to insist that Naruto had tripped him. Naruto grew annoyed and insisted that Kanomaru had tripped himself. Ebisu scolded Naruto to watch his tone, reminding him of Kanomaru's relationship to the Hokage and advising the boy not to pick fights with someone older and stronger. Kanomaru taunted Naruto, asking if he was afraid to strike because his grandfather was the 3rd Hokage. That provocation finally pushed Naruto over the edge. He delivered a clean, decisive strike that sent Kanomaru sprawling and unconscious to the ground in an instant. As he drifted away, Kanomaru thought to himself that this opponent was different. Naruto, watching him fall, judged the grandson to be a spoiled, arrogant child. He told Hiruzen he was going home and left the office. Later, walking the empty streets of the village, Naruto sensed Kanomaru following him. He turned, peeled away the makeshift poster disguise the boy had been hiding under, and surprised Kanomaru by exposing the ruse. Kanomaru admitted that Naruto had seen through the disguise and then made a bold request. He wanted Naruto to teach him, to become his apprentice and his boss. Naruto wondered whether Hiruzen had told the boy about his skills, and he asked Kanomaru why he wanted to learn from him, reminding the boy that he had only just graduated from the academy and that Kanomaru already had a special tutor. Kanomaru insisted that he wanted Naruto as his teacher because Naruto was always seen near Hiruzen and must know something useful. Naruto relented and led Konohamaru to an empty training ground. Once there, Naruto asked what Konohamaru already knew, and the boy began to explain the basics of chakra as he had been taught by the instructors and Ebisu. How the ninja blended spiritual and physical energy to make ninjutsu with the help of hand seals surprised Naruto, but he knew book learning was useless without practice. He praised Konohamaru's understanding and asked whether the boy knew any jutsu beyond theory. Konohamaru replied that he knew the transformation jutsu and asked what to transform into. Naruto suggested he try transforming into him, and Konohamaru attempted the jutsu. The first attempts looked nothing like Naruto, and Naruto forced Konohamaru to practice until he finally achieved a convincing transformation. Naruto then asked Konohamaru to try transforming into a woman, pointing to a random passerby, and Konohamaru's initial efforts were awkward and exaggerated. Naruto corrected him and demonstrated a better example, making Konohamaru practice until he could produce a believable transformation. After more practice, Konohamaru mastered the technique, and the two took a break with drinks. Naruto explained that the transformation jutsu used chakra to morph and shape the body into whatever form was desired. It was not simply an illusion but a complete physical change. He emphasized that while the jutsu was basic, used creatively and with a good plan it could be deadly, a lesson Irika had taught him. Konohamaru asked how to use it in a fight, and Naruto suggested surprising an opponent by suddenly turning into an unexpected animal to gain the advantage. When Konohamaru asked why Naruto had him practice turning into Naruto and into women, Naruto explained that mastering simple, regular transformations was necessary before attempting more complex changes. Konohamaru then asked about the way Naruto covered the right side of his face, but Naruto deflected the question. Naruto turned the conversation to Konohamaru's relationship with his grandfather and the boy's desire to become Hokage. Konohamaru explained that his grandfather had named him after the village, and that he wanted recognition for himself rather than being known only as the third Hokage's honorable grandson. Naruto reflected that they both sought the same acknowledgement from others, and warned that becoming Hokage would require more than beating an opponent. One must lead, govern the village, make difficult decisions, and earn respect through service and responsibility. At that moment Ebisu arrived, having finally found Konohamaru. Ebisu declared that he could guide the boy toward becoming Hokage, stressing the need for virtue, honor, wisdom, and skill. When Ebisu criticized Konohamaru for not yet knowing many jutsu, Konohamaru attempted a crude transformation that embarrassed both adults. The third Hokage, watching through a crystal ball, reacted with alarm to the spectacle. Ebisu loudly chastised Konohamaru for the inappropriate technique, and Naruto struck the boy lightly on the head in frustration. Konohamaru tried to explain that he had gotten the idea from his teacher, but both Ebisu and Naruto were displeased. Ebisu then accused Naruto of being a ruffian and implied that he did not measure up as a proper instructor. The comments struck a nerve in Naruto, who inwardly bristled at the suggestion that people viewed him as something other than human. Ebisu challenged Naruto directly, stepping forward as if prepared to fight. The confrontation turned into an energetic, non-graphic duel. Naruto launched 3 shuriken at Ebisu, which the Jonin dodged with practiced ease, but he was taken aback by a shuriken laced with wind chakra and barely deflected it. Ebisu countered with a fire jutsu that Naruto avoided with a quick sidestep. Ebisu closed for taijutsu while Naruto responded with a wind-style breakthrough. Ebisu asserted his status as a Jonin and the elite of the Leaf, and Naruto answered by creating multiple shadow clones. One of the clones used the transformation jutsu to take the form of a charging bear while another unleashed a wind technique, turning the exchange into a fast-paced, anime-style skirmish of tactics and elemental attacks. Ebisu admitted to himself that the display had been impressive, but he believed he could handle them. Naruto's clones dispersed and the original stumbled, clutching his stomach in sudden pain. Konohamaru rushed forward, worried about his boss as the cloaked Uzumaki began coughing up blood. Ebisu pulled back his earlier assessment and acknowledged that Naruto was more formidable than he had thought, then told his honorable grandson that they needed to get Naruto treated immediately. Konohamaru hovered anxiously while Naruto tried to reassure him that he would be fine, saying he would take his medicine and rest. Konohamaru asked when they could train together again, and Naruto explained that he had to attend the academy orientation the next day and could not promise another long session soon. Naruto also asked Konohamaru not to use that particular jutsu that day, and then handed the boy a grocery list and some money, admitting he was a little too tired to go out himself. Konohamaru gladly took the task, ran to the market, and returned with the items. As Naruto had hoped, the price had been reduced thanks to Konohamaru's connections. After saying their goodbyes, the two went home. That night, in a nearby civilian house, the Leaf police force entered with force and quickly subdued the occupant. The squad's supervisor ordered a thorough search. The civilian protested loudly about the invasion of privacy, but a police officer produced uncovered documents that led the supervisor to order the man taken into custody and to inform Ibiki that a new detainee was on his way. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen felt the presence of the wood user return and noted that it had been 2 months since Tenzo's last visit. Tenzo, an ANBU captain, reported the completion of a covert mission. The brother of the Land of Hot Springs daimyo had been neutralized, removing a threat to the Leaf's influence in that domain. Hiruzen approved and sent Tenzo off with a week's leave, then instructed him to go to the Land of Earth afterward to retrieve spy reports. Left alone, Hiruzen read the latest intelligence from Hidden Grass and Waterfall operatives. There were no new reports relating to Orochimaru, and the situation in the Land of Mist remained unsettled. The next morning, Naruto woke before his alarm, shut it off, washed up, changed out of his pajamas, and prepared a small breakfast of an omelette sandwich and tea before heading to the academy. A muscular Enbyu appeared at his door and handed him a box from the Hokage, departing in a flicker. Inside the box was a new face patch and a note from Hiruzen apologizing for his grandson's antics and for Ebisu's remarks the previous day. Hiruzen explained that he had crafted a special seal into the patch to lessen the eye's pain, to prevent it from being visible to Byakugan users or other dojutsu, and to keep it undetectable to sensory types. Naruto tried the patch and found it more comfortable than his old one, with less likelihood of irritating his skin. He donned his cloak, locked his apartment, and walked to the academy. The academy was lively that morning. Naruto folded his arms on his desk and tried to nap. He often outslept others in the class, a habit born less of boredom and more of strain from his training. The classroom door burst open when Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka stormed in, both vying to sit beside Sasuke Uchiha. Their arrival sparked an immediate argument over who had arrived first, and other girls joined the dispute, everyone except Hinata Hyuga. Naruto bristled at the commotion, holding the part of his head that had struck the desk, and thought angrily about summoning one of his sealed creatures or using a wind technique to restore order. Sasuke calmed himself and moved to a different seat. He thought the girls could be so loud and tried to drown out what he called their noise pollution. He glanced at the cloaked boy who had been rudely shoved from his seat and wondered where he had seen him before. The classroom doors opened and 2 new Chunin instructors entered. Daisuke introduced himself and the one at his left as Boten, and he informed the class that they would be the new academy instructors from that day onward. Sakura raised her hand and Daisuke gave her permission to speak. She asked where Irika-sensei and Mizuki-sensei were, the question that seemed to be on everyone's mind. Naruto appeared to be the only one among his peers who already knew what had happened. Daisuke told the students that, officially, both Irika Yumino and Mizuki were dead. He explained that the official account claimed Mizuki had betrayed them by attempting to steal an important scroll from the Hokage library, and that Chunin Irika had died trying to stop him while the traitor was subsequently killed. Naruto was stunned, but the rest of the students reacted with shock and confusion. Boten redirected the class toward team placements, and Daisuke straightened the papers and explained the process. He said that graduating the academy exams did not automatically make them full-fledged genin. Each student would be placed into 3-person teams led by a jonin instructor. The jonin would test their skills and decide whether to pass them. If they passed, they would officially become genin, and if they failed, they would return to the academy. Ino teased Sakura about the team assignments, suggesting that one of them would be on Sasuke's team and it would not be Sakura. Sakura responded with competitive confidence and privately imagined being the one to join Sasuke, thinking Ino could not win her over. Daisuke began announcing teams. Team 7 was announced as consisting of Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura celebrated inwardly, imagining that true love had prevailed. Ino pouted and Shikamaru sighed, questioning what Ino saw in Sasuke. Ino replied that Shikamaru could not understand because he was not a girl. When Daisuke announced Team 10 as Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi with Jonin Asuma Sarutobi as instructor, Ino was shocked and inwardly regretted the outcome. Daisuke dismissed the class for a break, telling them their Jonin instructors would arrive soon. Sakura and Sasuke left for lunch separately, the other students gathered with teammates, and Naruto stayed behind to nap. A few hours later, only Team 7 remained in the classroom. Sasuke watched the clock and wondered where their sensei was, noting that 3 hours had passed since the last team was called. Sakura grew impatient and stood, heading for the door, when it opened and a silver-haired Jonin wearing a mask entered. His forehead protector covered his left eye. He asked if they were Team 7 and, after an awkward silence, announced bluntly that he thought they were all lacking in skill. On the roof of the academy, the masked Jonin began their training. He introduced himself as Kakashi Hatake and asked them to introduce themselves in turn, suggesting they include names, likes and dislikes, dreams, and hobbies. Sakura urged him to go first, and Kakashi tersely gave his name and declined to elaborate on likes, dislikes, or dreams, mentioning only that he had many hobbies. Kakashi then asked Sakura to go next. Sakura eagerly introduced herself as Sakura Haruno and revealed that the person she liked was Sasuke, that many of her hobbies and hopes were tied to him, and that she disliked Ino. Kakashi observed to himself that girls their age were more interested in boys than in ninja training and then asked Sasuke to speak. Sasuke introduced himself as Sasuke Uchiha, saying he enjoyed simple things like tomatoes and walks by ponds, and that he disliked traders. At that moment, he recalled his older brother and declared that his hobby was training. He said he did not have a dream so much as a determination. He would make his goals reality and vowed to prevent anything like the Uchiha massacre from happening again. Kakashi then asked Naruto to introduce himself. Naruto said his name was Naruto Uzumaki, that he liked good food, disliked people who believed rumors and loud noises, and enjoyed resting. His dream was to be recognized for who he was. With the introductions complete, Kakashi told them that their first assignment would be survival training the following day. Sakura questioned the need for survival training since they had graduated the academy exams, and Kakashi prepared to explain the purpose of the additional test. Sakura asked if they were genin now and could start doing ninja missions. Kakashi laughed softly at her question. Sakura felt slightly embarrassed and asked why he was laughing. Kakashi explained that the academy exam only determined who was eligible for genin status and that it was the jonin's job to decide who would actually become genin. He added that out of the 27 who had passed the exam, only 9 would become genin while the rest would be sent back to the academy. He told them to meet at training ground number 3 the next morning at 7 and advised them not to eat before training, then left the students. Kakashi reminded his new Team 7 that those who broke the rules were scum, but those who abandoned their comrades were worse, and the 3 took his words to heart. He said they would begin missions the next day, told them to return to the training ground in the morning, and explained that he had to report to the Hokage. He used body flicker to go to the Hokage tower. Sakura suggested that now that they were a team they should have lunch together. Sasuke agreed, which made Sakura smile and blush. Sakura felt a burst of excitement at the idea of spending time with Sasuke. She then asked Naruto if he would join them. Naruto hesitated. He had rarely eaten in restaurants since the ramen stand at Ichiraku had closed some years earlier, but he did not want to refuse his teammates and accept it. Sakura led the others to her chosen eatery. Naruto found it slightly difficult to enter, but Sasuke's insistence ensured he was allowed inside. When their meals arrived, the waitress gave Naruto a hostile look. Naruto had learned to ignore such stares, but it still stung. Sakura asked Naruto why he wore a cloak, and Naruto said he felt comfortable with it. Sakura then asked about the patch over his eye. Sasuke gave her a warning look, and Sakura immediately apologized for making Naruto uncomfortable. Naruto said he did not like talking about it, but reassured her that she had only been curious. Team 7 enjoyed their lunch. When Sakura realized she did not have enough money to pay, Naruto quietly covered the cost, and the genin returned to their homes. Kakashi Hatake, son of the legendary White Fang and one of the Leaf's top jonin known as the Copy Ninja, entered the third Hokage's office where the other jonin were assembled. Kakashi apologized for being late with a joking remark about getting lost. The other jonin exchanged small bets as the third Hokage cleared his throat and began to hear the reports. Hiruzen listened as the first 6 teams failed. When it was Kakashi's turn, most expected Team 7 to fail as no team under Kakashi had passed before. Kakashi reported that Team 7 Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha had passed. The jonin reacted with surprise. The third Hokage remarked that Kakashi had finally passed a team and hoped, half in jest, that Naruto had not used anything unexpected. He dismissed the jonin with a smile. After the meeting, Kakashi told the Hokage that he could work with his genin and admitted he had been surprised that Naruto showed knowledge of wind jutsu that had not been noted in the academy reports. Hiruzen reflected that there was often more to people than what was written down and dismissed Kakashi. Naruto returned home, cleaned up, prepared dinner, worked on some personal training, and readied himself for sleep. Kakashi's words about comradeship replayed in his mind. Naruto reminded himself that, despite Sakura's occasional loudness, they were now comrades who needed to look out for one another. A few days later, Sasuke reported over the radio that the lost cat had been successfully retrieved. He bore minor scrapes and bruises from the chase, and Naruto looked exhausted, nearly on the verge of collapse from fatigue. Sakura arrived at the scene running, and the team had indeed caught the cat once more. The 3 had expected real missions rather than repetitive errands. They had imagined learning ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, not spending their early days chasing a cat around the village. They grumbled about the chores, aware that fresh genin often received D-ranked assignments, but disappointed by the monotony. Kakashi declared the mission accomplished and instructed them to report to the Hokage Tower. The team returned to the tower. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi joked that Team 7 might have to compete for the award of most frequent cat retrievers. He listed possible chores: babysitting a counselor's child, tending a minister's garden, painting a fence, transporting sacks of supplies, and laughed at the variety of tasks the young genin might expect. With respect, Sasuke told the third Hokage that Team 7 believed they were capable of handling C-ranked missions now that they were ninjas. Sasuke dismissed the mission as nothing but a bunch of chores, insisting that babysitting, plucking weeds, or chasing a cat would never make him strong enough to avenge his clan and confront Itachi. Naruto replied that it was not that simple. He explained to Sasuke and Sakura that, as fresh genin, they could not demand a C-rank mission. The Hokage received requests constantly and assigned ranks A through D based on difficulty, threat level, and pay. The ninja of a given rank were the ones allowed to accept those missions. D ranks were for genin, and completing enough of them could lead to C ranks. Becoming a chunin opened C and B ranks, while jonin handled A rank jobs. Naruto added that, as unbelievable as it might seem, their sensei had handled the most dangerous missions. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, smiled at Naruto because the boy he regarded like a grandson had remembered his words. Kakashi's visible eye, however, registered hurt when Naruto used the phrase about unbelief. Kakashi repeated that line and asked whether his own genin truly did not believe in him. Naruto reminded them that the final decision about which missions they could accept rested with their jonin sensei, and all 3 looked to Kakashi for his verdict. Sakura urged their sensei to allow them the chance, and Kakashi said he thought the team could handle a C rank. Hiruzen then announced that he had 1 C rank available, a bodyguard escort to the Land of Waves. He ordered over the radio for the client to be brought in, and a drunken old man named Tazuna appeared at a window. Tazuna complained about being protected by a group of children, taking a sip of his alcohol. Kakashi assured him that they could be trusted, and Tazuna introduced himself as a bridge builder from the Land of Waves who needed safe passage to rebuild a bridge. He made it clear that he expected protection even at the cost of their lives, a declaration that left the 3 genin bristling. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged angry thoughts, and Naruto had a fleeting, angry fantasy about handling the rude man, but he kept his temper in check. Kakashi told the team to pack supplies that would last at least a week and to meet at the village gate within an hour. As the genin moved to gather their gear, Hiruzen called Naruto aside and asked a favor. A spy in the land of water would meet them in the wave and hand Naruto a scroll detailing the spy's report, which Naruto was to bring back. Naruto agreed, and Hiruzen warned him to use his powers only in life-or-death situations. Naruto acknowledged the instruction, and the Hokage dismissed him to pack. Naruto sealed clothes, food, kunai, and shuriken into storage scrolls and shouldered them. He met his teammates, Tazuna and Kakashi, and they set out toward the Land of Waves. Later, Sakura asked Tazuna about the Land of Waves and then asked Kakashi whether they would encounter other ninja on the mission. Kakashi explained that there were ninja in the Land of Waves and that the island had natural protection thanks to the surrounding sea. The more likely threats they would face were bandits. Naruto told Sakura that only a few nations on the continent had full ninja villages, and 5 of those villages stood out as the strongest. The village hidden in the leaf in the Land of Fire, the village hidden in the mist in the Land of Water, the village hidden in the cloud in the Land of Lightning, the village hidden in the stone in the Land of Earth, and the village hidden in the sand in the Land of Wind. He added that each of those villages was led by a Kage, a title meaning shadow, and those 5 Kage were powerful leaders who commanded thousands of shinobi. As they walked, they came across what looked like a harmless puddle in the middle of the road. Kakashi recognized it as a transformation jutsu, and Naruto's awareness allowed him to see it as well. Naruto readied a kunai from his weapon's pouch, and Kakashi noted the movement with interest. Sasuke also prepared himself, responding to their shared stance. The puddle rippled and revealed 2 enemy ninja wearing gauntlets with chained, spiked extensions. The chains lashed out, wrapping around Kakashi and yanking him with such force that a body-sized object was hurled into the road, creating the impression that Kakashi had been destroyed. Sakura cried out in alarm, believing their sensei had been killed. Before the attackers could strike the genin, Sasuke threw a shuriken and a kunai at the chain. The attack severed the chain's hold, and Sasuke leaped onto the pair of gauntlets and kicked them to break their balance. One attacker rushed forward, and Naruto neutralized him with 2 kunai enhanced by a vacuum blade technique, sending the opponent out of the fight. The surviving attacker called out his brother's name and, enraged, charged toward Tazuna. Sakura moved to shield the bridge builder, and Sasuke stepped in front of her, ready to defend. Kakashi abruptly reappeared and incapacitated the remaining enemy with a swift, decisive throw that left him unconscious. Tazuna, astonished, asked how Kakashi had survived what looked like a fatal attack. When they all looked back at the spot where Kakashi had seemed to be destroyed, they found a shredded log lying in the road. Kakashi explained that he had allowed the situation to play out so he could see how his students would react. He praised Sakura for stepping in front of Tazuna, complimented Sasuke for his quick action, and acknowledged Naruto for taking down an opponent. The team had passed his impromptu test. Kakashi told them that the 2 attackers had been Gozu and Meizu, the demon brothers of the mist, Chunin-level threats, and that handling them reflected well on the team's skills. Kakashi secured the surviving enemy to a tree. When the man woke, he demanded to know how the team had been discovered. Kakashi scolded him for choosing a poor ambush position, a puddle in the middle of a road when it had not rained in weeks, and knocked him unconscious again. Kakashi then demanded an explanation from Mr. Tazuna. Tazuna replied with a question, but Naruto and Kakashi both sensed he was hiding something. Kakashi reminded Tazuna that the mission request had specifically asked for ninja protection rather than ordinary samurai, which implied an expectation of ninja-level threats. He explained that had they been told to expect ninja, the team composition and cost would have been different. While he suspected a reason for the deception, he said his primary concern was the safety of his students. Kakashi then removed a gauntlet from the fallen Meizu and showed that the claws were tipped with poison. He warned that even a graze could have been fatal and accused Tazuna of putting the genin at risk. Kakashi apologized to his team and announced that the mission as arranged exceeded their scope and that they should return to the village. Naruto protested that they had come this far and reminded Kakashi that this was their first C-rank mission and their first mission outside the village. Naruto argued they should at least escort Tazuna to his home and suggested sending a letter requesting backup or an ANBU squad. Sasuke agreed, noting that succeeding in more missions would help him grow stronger and get closer to matching his brother. Sakura, encouraged by Sasuke's vote, overcame her fear and also urged them to continue. Kakashi admitted he was concerned about encountering a higher-level threat, but he recalled the strengths Naruto and Sasuke had shown during the bell test and yielded to the vote. Kakashi announced they would continue with the mission and performed a summoning technique. A bulldog wearing a blue vest and a leaf headband appeared, carrying a small pug on its back. Sakura found them cute. The pug, Pakin, asked what was needed, and Kakashi told him to send word to ANBU that the Demon Brothers had been apprehended and to request backup. The two dogs rushed back to the hidden leaf, and Team 7 resumed their journey toward the Land of Waves. A short, stout man wearing glasses and a business suit reacted angrily to the failure of his hired ninja. The hired man was a powerful, muscular mercenary with a grayish complexion, leather straps across his chest, black pants, shinobi boots, and bandages wrapped around his head like a mask. His hidden mist forehead protector was tilted to the side. The mercenary dismissed the employer's complaints and effortlessly lifted a large, butcher knife-shaped greatsword, promising that he would handle the mission himself and that the sword would be the last thing his targets ever saw. The employer warned that Tazuna might have high-level protection and that the failed attempt would make the targets expect another attack, but the mercenary asserted his identity as Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, and prepared to go. Team 7 walked until they reached the shores of Fire Country. Waiting at the shoreline was a single boat and a single man who introduced himself as Keiji and offered to ferry them to the Land of Waves. Sakura noticed the boat had an engine, but Keiji chose to row, explaining that rowing would make them less visible. Kakashi reminded Tazuna again that he still had not explained who was trying to kill him and that he would not lead his team into danger without knowing what to expect. Tazuna finally explained that a man named Gato, a powerful shipping magnate, sought his life. Kakashi noted that Gato was a businessman, and Tazuna clarified that beneath the appearance of a businessman he was a ruthless force who had taken control of the Land of Waves. Tazuna described how Gato used wealth and influence to dominate the nation, controlling government, finance, and people's lives. Anyone who opposed him disappeared. With the completion of the bridge Tazuna was building, the Land of Waves would be connected to the Land of Fire and could be free of Gato's grip, which was why Gato wanted him dead. Kakashi asked why Tazuna had not sought higher-ranking help from the start. Tazuna explained that Gato's oppression had impoverished the Land of Waves, leaving even its lords with little money. The payment they had offered to Konoha had been all the country could spare. Tazuna argued that if the team left him once they reached shore, he would be assassinated on the spot and the bridge would never be completed, leaving his people to suffer on. He then spoke briefly about his family in a pleading, resigned way, and the genin grew uncomfortable. A short, neutral bridge sentence followed to preserve the plot's flow. Tazuna told them it was not something they should worry about. Kakashi nervously assured them they would continue keeping him safe. Tazuna thanked them, then turned to Keiji with a foolish smile and a triumphant thumbs up. Keiji brought them ashore at the wave, and the passengers resumed their walk through the forest. As they moved through the trees, Naruto's eye began to sense a presence. Using that perception, Naruto threw a kunai at a rustling bush but accidentally struck a rabbit that had been raised indoors for a specific purpose. Sakura reprimanded Naruto for what he had done. Kakashi, noticing details about the rabbit, realized what it implied and ordered everyone to get down. A gigantic sword flew toward them, missing by inches and lodging in a tree. Its owner landed atop the blade and stared down his opponents. Kakashi glared and immediately recognized the ninja as Zabuza Momochi, a rogue of the Hidden Mist village. Kakashi identified Zabuza as a feared figure of the Hidden Mist and ordered his team into a manji formation, insisting they protect Tazuna at all cost. Kakashi then lifted his forehead protector to reveal his left eye as a Sharingan and declared himself ready. Zabuza smirked at the sight of the Sharingan and addressed Kakashi, claiming that in the mist his assassination unit had orders to kill him on sight and that Kakashi was infamous for copying countless jutsu. Tazuna asked what the Sharingan was. Sasuke explained that it was a dojitsu, an eye technique of the Uchiha clan that could perceive chakra and copy jutsu. Zabuza added that it could copy to the smallest detail, then demanded that they hand over the old man, warning that he would otherwise kill them. The young nin were prepared to defend Tazuna, and Zabuza taunted Kakashi that if he had to kill them first, so be it. Zabuza stepped onto the water and, to the genin's surprise, walked across its surface. He produced a mist with a hidden mist jutsu that soon obscured the area, making him vanish from sight. Sakura noted how he seemed to have disappeared, and Kakashi explained that Zabuza was the former leader of the Hidden Mist Assassination Unit, famous for silent killing techniques that left no warning. Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist and unnerved the genin with thinly veiled threats about how quickly he could strike. The genin had no idea where he might appear next. In response, Kakashi released a burst of chakra that dispersed the mist and startled Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke felt the pressure of the situation intensely. The cold professionalism of experienced killers unnerved him so deeply that he considered taking a fatal action to escape the torment. Naruto gripped him firmly, stopping him, and urged him to toughen up, reminding him that they were a team. Kakashi told Sasuke to calm down and promised to protect all his students with his life. Naruto's perception then alerted him to Zabuza's position, and he disengaged from Sasuke, taking out 2 kunai. Zabuza suddenly appeared behind the genin and swung his sword, only for Naruto to manage a last-moment block with his 2 kunai. Zabuza was surprised that someone had anticipated him in the mist. Kakashi took that moment to stab at a target, but water leaked from the wound his attack had struck a water clone. The real Zabuza struck at Kakashi, and Kakashi's form dispersed into water in a startling display. Zabuza, surprised that Kakashi could see him through the mist, found his illusions countered when the real Kakashi reappeared behind him with a kunai aimed near Zabuza's throat. Kakashi moved to strike at Zabuza's neck area, but Zabuza's body dissolved into water as well. The real Zabuza then drove his sword into the ground as a brace and kicked Kakashi into the water, forcing him into the environment Zabuza controlled. Zabuza used a water-style technique to trap Kakashi in a water prison and immediately formed another water clone with the intent to move on Tazuna and the genin. The clone surfaced and began taunting the young nin about what it took to be called a true ninja, mocking headbands and implying that only by shedding fear would they earn honor. The taunts were meant to intimidate, not to describe injuries. Kakashi called to his genin and instructed them to get Tazuna away, explaining that most of his chakra was being used to keep him trapped and that the water clone could not stray far from the original. The genin hesitated at first. Naruto reasoned that fleeing now would leave Kakashi to be finished and that a direct rescue was necessary. He also weighed the option of summoning his own powerful allies but decided against revealing secrets he was not ready to expose. Sasuke agreed that running would be pointless if they escaped. Zabuza would simply finish Kakashi and pursue them, so they resolved to stand their ground and try to free their sensei. The water clone pressed the psychological assault by asking whether they knew why he was called the Demon of the Hidden Mist and referencing the village's brutal graduation exam. Sakura responded defiantly, asking what he meant, and the confrontation intensified as the young team prepared to act. Zabuza explained that the Hidden Mist graduation exam forced classmates to kill one another to pass, which was why the village had earned the name the Blood Mist. He added that 10 years earlier a student had massacred 100 peers, and Naruto reacted by identifying Zabuza, who only chuckled as he claimed that his hands had already taken lives when he was their age. The story terrified Sakura. Sasuke told Zabuza he talked too much and charged to attack. He threw several shuriken, but a water clone deflected them with a single sword swing. Sasuke leapt, but the water clone grabbed him by the neck, slammed him down, and kicked him in the stomach. Naruto used a rotating wind-style shuriken technique to distract the clone and managed to free Sasuke. Naruto handed a windmill shuriken to Sasuke, who launched his signature move, but Zabuza caught the weapon. Zabuza prepared to dismiss it. Then a second shuriken appeared from the shadow of the first. Naruto's shadow clone had been hiding its presence. Naruto followed with a powerful wind jutsu that forced Zabuza to release Kakashi, shattered the water clone, and caused the Naruto shadow clone to vanish. Zabuza cursed and moved to strike the genin again, but Kakashi intervened and sent him flying. Kakashi acknowledged the student's performance, praised Naruto and Sasuke, and challenged Zabuza to choose between walking away or fighting to the death. Zabuza refused both options and began a series of hand signs. Kakashi mirrored them and, after a few seconds, Zabuza launched a water-style dragon technique. The lake's water rose into two great dragons that clashed and hurled massive torrents toward the group, while Zabuza and Kakashi stood upon the roiling surface. Zabuza attempted to outmaneuver Kakashi with mimicry, and Kakashi realized he had been caught in an illusion at the last moment. Kakashi countered with a great vortex water jutsu that sent a swirling wall of water crashing at Zabuza and forced him into the trees. Before Zabuza could recover, Kakashi threw 5 kunai, struck their marks and left Zabuza pinned and immobilized. Kakashi stood over the rogue mist shinobi and asked if Zabuza could see the future with his eye. Zabuza's answer was brief, and Kakashi declared that this would be Zabuza's last battle. Before Kakashi could finish him, small needles shot from above and struck Zabuza, and he went silent. Kakashi looked up to see a young figure wearing a mist Anbu mask, not much older than the genin. The masked operative confirmed that Zabuza's final battle had arrived, and stated that he had been tracking Zabuza for some time. The encounter had given him the opportunity to act. He retrieved Zabuza and said he would dispose of the body, then departed. Sakura voiced concern for Kakashi as he staggered. Kakashi assured her he was fine, but then his voice dropped and he collapsed, unconscious. Naruto and Sasuke checked him while Tazuna worriedly asked what had happened. Sasuke observed that Kakashi must have expended too much chakra in the fight. Tazuna confirmed that his house was nearby, and Naruto asked if Tazuna could carry their sensei. Tazuna agreed, and Naruto and Sasuke lifted Kakashi onto Tazuna's back. Together with Sakura, they escorted Tazuna toward his home. Team 7 reached Tazuna's house and were greeted by his daughter, Tsunami. They laid Kakashi on a bed and the genin took the chance to rest. Sakura noted that the clone which had used the wind jutsu had been solid, and she realized an ordinary clone jutsu could not have done that. Naruto explained that it had been a shadow clone, and Sakura pointed out that the shadow clone was a high-level, typically forbidden technique. Naruto clarified that, for reasons he did not fully understand, he had larger-than-usual chakra reserves. His difficulty with the basic clone technique had led the third Hokage, whom he casually called Gramps, to teach him the shadow clone jutsu. Sakura and Sasuke were surprised to learn of Naruto's connection to the Hokage, and Sasuke reminded Naruto that the Hokage should not simply be called Gramps. Kakashi began to stir. Sakura exclaimed with relief when their sensei woke. Sasuke suggested that if using the Sharingan exhausted Kakashi so much, he should refrain from using it too often, and demanded an explanation, noting the Sharingan was rare and unique to his clan. Kakashi told them he would have to prepare them for the next encounter with Zabuza. Sakura asked how that could be, since the masked hunter had appeared to eliminate Zabuza and Kakashi had checked his pulse. Kakashi corrected her observation, saying he had described Zabuza as being in a death-like state, not definitively dead. Hunter operatives were supposed to dispose of bodies on the spot regardless of witnesses, so Kakashi concluded there was a problem. Sasuke agreed and suggested that the hunter operative might have been a fake working with Zabuza. Tazuna wondered if they were overthinking it, but Kakashi warned the group that underestimating danger always led to disaster. Kakashi reminded them that every ninja knew this. Sakura questioned how they could prepare for Zabuza and the hunter Nin, addressing Kakashi as sensei and admitting she was not doubting him but pointing out that he had barely defeated Zabuza before and asking how 3 genin could match a jonin like Zabuza. Kakashi smiled and replied that he could still teach and reminded them that he had not been alone when they defeated Zabuza. All 3 had helped and had grown a great deal. A small boy, perhaps the same age as Konohamaru or younger, entered and declared that nothing was going to get better and that they were all just going to die. Sasuke asked who he was, but the boy ignored him and ran to Tazuna, calling him grandfather and hugging him. Tsunami reprimanded her son for his rudeness, noting that the ninja had risked their lives to get his grandfather home. Inari insisted they would be killed by Gato and his men. Naruto told his teammates that without money and thugs, Gato would be nothing and that this was something any of them could handle alone. Inari shouted that there were no heroes and called Naruto an idiot before walking away. Tsunami apologized for her son's behavior and explained that he had been through a lot. Sasuke then asked Kakashi when their training would begin. Kakashi suggested they go outside and, leaning on a walking stick, led them into the nearby forest beside Tazuna's house. He said they would begin by reviewing chakra, a ninja's source of power. Sasuke explained what they had learned in the academy. Chakra was the combination of physical energy from the body's cells and spiritual energy from training, mixed together and shaped with specific hand seals to create ninjutsu. Kakashi acknowledged that but told them they had only scratched the surface. He explained that both physical and spiritual energies must be drawn and released in the right amounts. Kakashi pointed out that Naruto had never been able to perform the simple clone jutsu but could create multiple shadow clones because he used too much chakra rather than too little. Sakura asked whether more chakra was always better. Kakashi answered that more was better for high-level jutsu but that for lower-level techniques too much chakra could overwhelm the technique and cause it to fail, leaving the user vulnerable. He explained that Naruto's reserves might be as large as his own and that if one could not control the amount of chakra released, one became a target. Kakashi then said the way to fix this was simple: climb a tree. The three genin reacted with confusion and skepticism. Kakashi offered to demonstrate. He walked to a tree, placed one foot to the trunk, and began to move upward, drawing the attention of the three genin. He walked at a steep angle, then stood on a branch, hanging upside down to look down at them. Kakashi explained that practicing this would improve chakra control and increase reserves, and that the feet were particularly difficult to control. He threw 3 kunai to them and instructed them to use the knives to mark their progress on the tree, sticking a knife in the trunk when they reached a high position. Running at the tree would provide momentum. Kakashi then told them to begin. The genin took the kunai and started the exercise. Sasuke and Naruto both had larger-than-average chakra reserves for genin, Sasuke potentially at Chunin level and Naruto approaching Jonin level. As they applied chakra to their feet, the bark flaked and the trunks bore marks where chakra had been focused, but both managed to mark their positions. Naruto had more trouble because of his large reserves, but he steadily caught up to Sasuke. Naruto thought that he had to get the amount of chakra just right and regretted that his grandfather and earlier instructors had not taught him this exercise before. Kakashi observed their struggles and reflected that tree walking and water walking should be taught in the academy as both theory and practice. He noted that both Naruto and Sasuke could perform elemental jutsu without having learned this exercise and wondered who had taught Naruto his wind techniques. Sakura called out that the exercise was fun, and the others looked up to find her already at the top of her tree. Sasuke praised her, and Sakura nearly lost her balance from the surprise. Naruto focused to observe Sakura's chakra distribution to estimate the correct amount he needed for his own feat. Kakashi congratulated Sakura and instructed her to keep running up and down the tree to build her reserves. She nodded and continued while the other two kept training. Later, Sakura was panting and exhausted from the constant running and decided to take a break, watching Sasuke steadily climb higher with Naruto closing the gap. A quiet sense of competition built between Sasuke and Naruto as they pushed themselves to learn tree walking faster. Sasuke, also tired, sat on the ground and considered how close he was to the top. He stood, walked toward Sakura, and blushed with embarrassment as he began to ask her for advice on the exercise. Sakura prepared to help him. Sasuke asked for advice. Naruto stepped into the conversation, asking not to be left out and wanting to hear whatever Sakura had to say. Sakura froze at the idea of Sasuke asking her for advice and then fainted. Sasuke shook his teammate, asking why she had fainted and whether she was exhausted. Kakashi observed the scene and shook his head, thinking he should have expected this. Naruto then made a hand sign and performed the shadow clone jutsu, creating 2 clones and sending them to run at the other trees. He began to control his chakra better and, with practice, started to find the right amount required. Kakashi reflected on Naruto using clones to evenly split chakra and speed up the exercise. Sakura woke to find herself sitting close to Sasuke and felt a rush of delight, her cheeks flushed. Sasuke asked Sakura for advice on the tree climbing exercise. Sakura nodded and leaned close to offer a concise fit. With that guidance and renewed determination, Sasuke began to run up the tree again. Kakashi called for Sakura and instructed her to escort Tazuna to the bridge and guard him. Sakura protested that she should stay and keep running, but Kakashi insisted that she had the exercise figured out and that guarding Tazuna would help the mission. After finishing that duty, she could continue practicing. Sakura agreed and escorted Tazuna toward the bridge. Sasuke felt he was steadily reaching the top of the tree. The exercise was getting easier as he neared the top, and he noticed Naruto catching up as well. Naruto panted from all the running and reminded himself of his secondary mission, to retrieve a report from a leaf spy in the hidden mist. He told Sasuke he had to leave and set 3 shadow clones to finish the exercise before walking east toward the shores of the Land of Waves to meet the spy. Sasuke watched the shadow clones and considered the jutsu's reputation as a high-level technique. He did not understand how Naruto, at 13, could produce such large chakra reserves, and a flicker of jealousy passed through him. He resolved to train harder to build his own reserves and one day be able to perform the same technique. By dusk, the bridge building was over for the day. Sakura and Tazuna returned from work and went to the market to buy groceries. Sakura witnessed the suffering in the town: empty shops, children begging, and theft in broad daylight. The sight weighed heavily on her. Inside a nearly empty shop, a man reached for Sakura's bag, but Sakura reacted swiftly and defended herself, forcing him to back away. Tazuna commented that women in Wave rarely fought like that. As Sakura turned, a small child approached and politely asked for food. Sakura gave the boy the candies she had, and he ran off happily to share them with his friends. Tazuna explained that life in the Land of Waves had deteriorated since Gato took control. People suffered and there was not enough food. That was why the bridge had to be completed, to give the people hope, something to fight for, and a chance to stand against Gato. Listening to Tazuna, Sakura felt her determination to help the people grow. She resolved to do what she could to aid them, and thought of Naruto and Sasuke joining her in that effort. On the eastern shores of the wave, Naruto paced until he found the man the 3rd Hokage had told him to meet. The man, a few years older than Kakashi, used the code phrase the Hokage had provided, and Naruto answered correctly. The man admitted he had expected a higher-ranked messenger but accepted Naruto as the retriever. He asked who Naruto-sensei was, and Naruto replied that Kakashi Hatake was his teacher. The man handed Naruto the scroll containing the report and noted that only a team trained by Kakashi would be on a C-rank mission so early out of the academy. The deliverable was complete. The man warned Naruto to be sure not to lose it, and Naruto assured him he would. Naruto then informed the man that their mission had been upgraded from C rank to B, possibly even a rank, because they had encountered Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Naruto explained that Kakashi had defeated Zabuza but that Zabuza was still alive and planning his next moves, and asked if the man could help. The man admitted that things had escalated quickly and that he had to return to the hidden mist to observe the situation, but he promised to alert the Hunter-nin units to Zabuza's position so they could assist. Naruto accepted this and watched the leaf spy leave. He hid the scroll and began walking back to Tazuna's home. On the way, Naruto came across a group of starving children and felt sorry for them. He gave them the few chips and instant ramen he had, and the children were grateful. He continued on to Tazuna's house. That night, Naruto and Sasuke ate the dinner that Tsunami had prepared. What began as a civilized meal quickly turned into an eating competition, and Sakura and Kakashi had to scold the two to restore order. Afterward, they all drank tea while Sakura noticed a family photo on the wall that appeared to have a person torn out of it. Sakura asked about the missing person and whether anyone knew who it was, finding it strange that someone would be ripped from the picture. Tsunami replied while cleaning the plates that the missing man had been her husband. Tazuna murmured, calling him the hero of the wave, which prompted Inari to leave the room. Tsunami asked where Inari was going before she went to get her son and warned her father that he could not talk about him that way. Tazuna then explained the story to Team. The man in the picture had been named Kaiza. He was not Inari's biological father, and he died before he could see his son grow up. When Kaiza had been around, Inari had been happier. Kaiza had taught the village the meaning of courage, but after what happened, Inari was never the same. Tazuna described how Kaiza, a simple fisherman from another land, had once stood up to Gato. They had met when bullies tried to take Inari's dog and Kaiza intervened to save it. He became like a father to Inari and eventually part of the family. Tazuna recounted how Kaiza once swam through a flooded dam to shut it and saved the town, earning the gratitude of the people. When Gato and his thugs later came, Kaiza stood alone to protect the wave. Gato's men captured Kaiza, beat him, and executed him in public as a warning to anyone who opposed the Gato Corporation. Inari witnessed the whole event and lost hope afterward. Tazuna told Team 7 that the people of the village suffered, but none more so than Inari. Sasuke declared that they would prove Inari wrong and show him that there could still be heroes. Naruto insisted he would not be left out, and the two prepared to train. Their bodies were exhausted, however, and they soon collapsed from fatigue. Kakashi thought to himself that if Guy could see them, he would remark about the spirit of youth. The next day, a girl walked through the forest gathering herbs and noticed someone lying on the ground. When she went to check, she found a cloaked blonde who was a genin from the Leaf Village, the same blonde who had used a wind jutsu that had freed Kakashi and nearly finished Zabuza. Curious about the young shinobi, she reached out to check if he was warm, and the blonde woke up and caught her hand. Naruto explained that it was not a good idea to touch a shinobi without warning and asked why she had reached for his neck. The girl answered that she had been worried he might catch a cold after lying on the ground and had not realized he was a ninja. She wondered if his forehead protector was a sign of that. She introduced herself as Haku and asked what Naruto was doing in the woods. Naruto said he had been training to get stronger. Haku told him she thought he was already strong and that not many people could sleep in a forest without a fire, but she asked if he might be overdoing it. Naruto replied that he needed to get stronger and that his goal was to prove the way people saw him was wrong. Haku asked whether he was training for a specific person or for himself, and suggested that a person could be strongest when they had someone to fight for. Haku remembered her own past as a street child in the land of water, searching for scraps to survive until Zabuza had found her and changed her life. Naruto reflected on her words, thinking about the few people who had cared for him, the Hokage and Irika Umino, and the loss he felt. He was beginning to warm to his teammates and might even consider them worth fighting for. Naruto answered that he thought he might have a few people worth protecting. The girl stood and told him he still had ways to go, but she believed that when he found someone to protect he would become really strong. She thanked Naruto for helping her and said she hoped they would meet again someday. Naruto waved goodbye as she left and stood to look at the surrounding trees. He could hardly believe it. He had finally found the mistletoe he had been searching for. He realized it was an important key to powerful and versatile magic and that he could craft Senbon needle-sized mistletoe arrows for use in battle. Night fell. Sasuke and Naruto, both genin, looked at each other after reaching the tops of their respective trees. Sasuke suggested racing to the ground and Naruto agreed, so the two raced down to see who could reach the ground first. They arrived at the same time, but Naruto nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Sasuke helped him back to Tazuna's home. Tazuna remarked that they looked like something the cat dragged in. Naruto told him they had reached the top, which pleased Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi told Sasuke and Naruto they had done good work and informed them that the next day they would guard Tazuna on the bridge. Dinner was then served. Tazuna reflected that the bridge would be complete soon and that he owed the four of them his thanks for freeing the wave from Gato's tyranny. Tsunami warned them to be careful and said that if the demon ninja returned they would need to be ready. Sasuke assured them they would be ready should he appear. Tazuna asked why they had stayed to protect him after learning he had lied. Kakashi answered that those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader cowardice cannot survive, and he explained that the line was a proverb from the first Hokage. Inari burst in to question the point of all the training, claiming Gato's army would destroy them and that the weak always lose to the strong. Sasuke told Inari that they were far from weak and that working together they had finished Zabuza and his apprentice. He promised that Gato's tyranny would end soon. Inari erupted again, insisting the others did not know their pain or suffering or what it was like to be treated like dirt. His words finally pushed Naruto over the edge. Naruto stood up suddenly and grabbed the boy's collar. Sakura urged Naruto to let the boy go, reminding him Inari was just a child. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself and released Inari, but he gave Inari and his family a look that would not be forgotten. Naruto told Inari there were people who had suffered the same or worse and warned him to choose his words carefully, then called him a weak runt and a coward before going upstairs to sleep. Naruto began coughing and Sakura noticed he was coughing up blood. He insisted he would be fine and only needed rest. He went upstairs to sleep after taking some medicine. Sasuke said he would check on Naruto, glanced at Inari, and reminded the boy that he still had his mother and grandfather with him. Naruto, irritated, thought the boy was acting like the world was ending. Outside, Inari sat near the house looking out at the ocean. Kakashi sat beside him and apologized for what had happened, explaining that Naruto and Sasuke had been hit on sensitive topics. Kakashi explained that Sasuke was the last of his clan, his parents and relatives killed by his own brother, and that Naruto had always been alone, shunned by the village for reasons Kakashi could not explain. Kakashi said that despite their hardships, both genin had learned to smile and hope for a better tomorrow, and that Naruto's harsh words were likely something he had told himself many times. Kakashi's words made Inari reflect on his behavior and remember his father, and he resolved to change and to be more like the two genin. The next day, Kakashi entrusted Naruto to Tsunami, explaining that Naruto deserved extra rest after pushing his body past its limits. Tsunami wished them luck as she went inside to clean the dishes. When Tazuna and the others reached the bridge, Naruto woke up and realized they had left without him. He washed his face, applied cream around his right eye, put on his cloak, and headed to the bridge. He noticed signs that a boar had been used for target practice and saw fresh cut marks on nearby trees that trailed toward Tazuna's house. He rushed back to find two thugs dragging Tsunami out of the house. Inari, remembering Kakashi and Naruto's words and his father's advice, mustered his courage and shouted for them to let his mother go. The larger thug sneered that the boy was not very bright and suggested they take him out. Both thugs drew their katanas and moved to attack Inari. Before the thugs could reach him, Naruto intervened. A flurry of kunai and shuriken struck precise targets, disabling the attackers in a swift, stylized way without graphic injury. The two thugs were taken down and rendered unable to continue. Inari and Tsunami watched as Naruto had neutralized the threat. Inari ran to Naruto and exclaimed that Naruto was his big brother. Naruto looked surprised and questioned the claim, which made Inari nervous. Inari then affirmed that Naruto was indeed his big brother. Inari began to apologize to Naruto about the previous night, but Naruto brushed him off, calling him young and naive and explaining that heroes often arrive at the last moment. Naruto told the mother and her son that it was not safe and that Gato might send more thugs. He instructed them to take shelter among the neighborhood while he went to help Tazuna on the bridge. At the bridge, all the workers had collapsed and a heavy mist began to settle. Kakashi ordered Sasuke and Sakura to protect Tazuna, and enemies emerged from the fog: Zabuza, the fake hunter Nin Haku, and several water clones. Zabuza chuckled at the sight of the young ninjas, noting that one of them was missing the one whose wind technique had scattered his water clone. He remarked that the missing youth still seemed shaken. Sasuke Uchiha tightened his grip on his kunai and insisted he was shaking with excitement. Kakashi nodded, and Sasuke proceeded to cut down Zabuza's water clones with swift precision. Zabuza watched, impressed by Sasuke's speed, and commented that the boy might be a rival for Haku. Haku acknowledged the compliment while Tazuna pointed out that the newcomer was the fake hunter Nin. Kakashi observed that Haku and Zabuza's act as hunters had been convincing for years. Haku explained that even if Zabuza's water clones only held a fraction of his strength, Sasuke had taken them out with ease. Zabuza urged Haku to use the advantage they had been given. Haku moved effortlessly across the water towards Sasuke to engage. Sasuke intercepted Haku's sunban with a kunai and demanded Tazuna's safety, saying that he did not want the hunter Nin killed. Sasuke did not expect that to deter Zabuza. Haku warned that they could not win easily, pointing out they were surrounded by water and that one of Sasuke's hands was occupied, which would usually prevent him from forming hand seals. Sasuke countered that the same limitation applied to Haku. Haku then performed single-handed hand seals in a display that even Kakashi found startling. Using only one hand, she formed sunban out of water and launched them towards Sasuke. Sasuke managed to channel chakra into his feet and leap clear, avoiding the attack. Zabuza, surprised at Sasuke's speed, told Haku they could not afford to waste time. Haku prepared to strike again from the mist, but Naruto arrived and rammed her with his elbow, sending her crashing. Naruto reported that he hoped he was not too late and asked if there was anything he should know. Sasuke informed him that the fake hunter Nin could form hand seals with a single hand. Zabuza declared that now the whole group of young ninjas had finally assembled and urged Kakashi to finish the fight. The mist thickened as Haku melted back into it, using the fog to conceal her movements and strike from the shadows. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves alone against her while Kakashi renewed his duel with Zabuza. Naruto pushed Sasuke away at one point to keep him from being struck by Sunban, warning that the hunter Nin could attack at any moment. Sasuke acknowledged the warning while Naruto searched and called out when he thought he sensed the enemy, but Haku had already shifted position. Haku formed many ice mirrors from the water and surrounded the two-leaf genin, cutting off their escape. She rained Sunban down on them and managed to land several hits. Naruto winced as some needles struck his leg. He pulled them free and steadied himself, aware that his body was still weakened from training. Sasuke launched a fire-style, great fireball technique at the ice mirrors, but Haku said their fire was not hot enough to melt her creations and continued to pour needles down on them. Naruto created shadow clones that took some of the hits. Naruto attempted to shatter the ice mirrors by firing shuriken empowered with wind chakra, but the mirrors held. When he tried to break free, the enemy reappeared and kicked him back. Haku shot additional Sunban at Sasuke before retreating into the mirrors. Naruto felt frustrated by his lack of speed and the weakness in his body that limited his taijutsu. Haku warned them to surrender, saying she did not wish to kill them but would do so if they persisted. Sasuke replied that they did not need her mercy and asked Naruto to provide a wind-style great breakthrough to enhance his fire. Naruto was ready, and the two combined their techniques. The wind chakra intensified Sasuke's fireball and began to melt parts of the ice mirrors. Surprising Haku, this was the first time her mirrors had been breached. Haku redoubled her attacks, throwing even more Sunban. Naruto and Sasuke cried out as needles struck them across their bodies. Naruto cursed his inability to use more of his power. He thought of his grandfather's warning and hesitated because of fear he might harm Sasuke. Sasuke, however, began to anticipate Haku's movements more clearly. Haku registered the change in Sasuke's eyes and realized he also possessed a powerful bloodline limit. Naruto pointed out the change in Sasuke's eyes, and Sasuke revealed that he had awakened the Sharingan, smiling faintly as he vowed that no one would harm his teammates while he was around. Haku offered one last chance to surrender, insisting that even with his newly awakened power he could not win. Sasuke affirmed that Leaf Ninjas did not give up. Haku lunged to attack again, but Naruto caught her and threw her down, yelling for Sasuke to act. Sasuke fired another great fireball, but Haku was quick enough to dodge and slip back into the ice mirrors, where she continued to rain Sunban down on them. A tense silence settled over the bridge as both sides prepared for the next exchange. Both of them were struck hard. Naruto staggered and coughed, clutching his stomach. Before a second hail of needles arrived, Sasuke moved and took the blow meant for Naruto. Naruto called Sasuke's name as Sasuke began bleeding from his mouth. Sasuke felt his body going numb and his consciousness slipping. He wondered if this was how he would die, never able to face his older brother or avenge his clan. He collapsed and Naruto caught him in his arms. Naruto pleaded desperately for Sasuke not to die. Sakura panicked, thinking she had no jutsu to help and worrying that if she intervened Kakashi would be left vulnerable and Tazuna exposed. She blamed herself for feeling useless. Naruto's frantic cries echoed through the mist, startling Sakura, Kakashi, and Tazuna. Tazuna feared Sasuke might be dead and was overwhelmed with guilt. Zabuza taunted that it seemed one of Kakashi's genin had died, and Kakashi responded by kicking him in fury. Kakashi vowed that Zabuza and his apprentice would pay for their actions. A loud, explosion-like sound distracted the opponents, giving Kakashi the opening he needed to summon his ninja hounds. The dogs seized Zabuza and held him in place while Kakashi, the Leaf Jonin, wove the hand seals for his signature lightning technique, Chidori. The fake hunter ninja taunted Haku, and she felt as if something were choking her. A massive wave of sinister killing intent unlike anything she had ever felt swept over her like a flood. She could hardly breathe and saw it originate from Naruto. Haku wondered what was happening. Naruto told the fake hunter ninja that he must thank her. Haku was confused, thinking he might be thanking her for killing his teammate. Naruto explained that with the teammate gone, there was no barrier stopping him. His fist came alive with strange black flames, and he declared his intent to kill. Haku watched in alarm as the black chakra melted her ice mirrors. She formed more ice needles and prepared to strike. Haku threw the needles, but a dark blue chakra surrounded Naruto and destroyed them on impact. Naruto then fired his mistletoe arrow needles, shattering half of Haku's mirrors. He let out a war cry and charged. Using his new technique, Fist of the Darkness Flame, he struck Haku so hard that the mirrors exploded. Haku was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Her mask broke and she was badly hurt and incapacitated. Before she could recover, Naruto struck with his kunai, leaving her unable to continue. Kakashi used his Chidori and drove it into Zabuza's chest, ending the rogue mist ninja once and for all. At that moment, Gato arrived on a boat flanked by an army of thugs who crowded the bridge. He mocked the fallen demon of the hidden mist. Tazuna, Sakura, Kakashi and Naruto all turned to face him. Kakashi and Naruto still burned with anger over Sasuke's apparent death. They blamed Zabuza and Gato. Gato complained about the trouble of hiring ninja and announced that whoever killed Tazuna would receive Zabuza's pay. He ordered that the pink-haired girl be taken alive for the time being. Sakura shivered and gripped her kunai tighter. The thugs cheered and prepared to attack, but several kunai and shuriken flew and struck true, taking down 7 attackers. The defenders looked back and saw that Naruto had thrown them. Kakashi took Zabuza's executioner's blade and, with a menacing glare, released his own lethal intent. He warned that no one would touch his students and moved to stop the thugs. Naruto followed close behind with 2 vacuum blades. The thugs tried to run, screaming that the 2 were monsters, but Kakashi and Naruto moved like a relentless storm. In an intense, anime-style burst of action, they quickly overwhelmed and defeated Gato's men without graphic detail. Gato panicked and tried to escape back to his boat, but Naruto struck him and prevented his flight by disabling his legs. Gato begged for mercy, offering money and land, but Kakashi, holding the executioner's blade, showed no answer. With a single clean strike, Kakashi ended Gato. Tazuna breathed a sigh of relief and said that Gato's reign of terror was over. Sakura felt sick at the severity of the battle that had unfolded on the bridge. A civilian from the wave shouted that Gato was dead, and a gathered crowd began to celebrate. Inari had rallied the townspeople, but they were not needed. The threat was already neutralized. Sasuke, coughing weakly, sat up and revealed that he was still alive. Tazuna and Sakura rushed to his side, tearful and relieved. Sakura helped Sasuke sit and told him she had feared he was dead. Sasuke, groggy, asked what had happened and where Naruto was. He saw Haku nearby, incapacitated with 2 kunai lodged in her, and then turned to see Naruto and Kakashi standing amid a field of defeated enemies. The sight made him nauseous. Naruto muttered that Sasuke was alive, then collapsed from exhaustion. Kakashi caught him before his body hit the ground. Sasuke, Sakura, Tazuna and Inari gathered at their side. Inari asked Kakashi if Naruto was all right. Kakashi reassured him that Naruto was exhausted but would be fine. Kakashi acknowledged how frightened he had been when Sasuke had appeared to be gone. The people of the wave celebrated the end of Gato's tyranny and regarded the Leaf Ninja as heroes. Work on the bridge resumed, and Team 7 decided to rest. Later, on a nearby hill, Kakashi found a place overlooking the town to bury both Zabuza and Haku. He dug 2 graves and placed the executioner's blade beside Zabuza's resting place. He watched the sunset in quiet reflection. Kakashi then sensed 3 people approaching and prepared for a possible fight, hand on the sword. 3 figures in gray cloaks and masks emerged. A man a few years older than Kakashi stepped forward and identified them as Hunter Nin from the Hidden Mist. Kakashi observed their attire and guessed they were there for Zabuza Momochi. The leader confirmed their purpose and noted that, since the executioner's blade was with Kakashi, Zabuza must have been killed, likely by the Leaf Ninja. One of the Hunter Nin explained that Zabuza had been hired by another to try to stop them. The Hunter Nin leader then asked politely to take the executioner's blade back to the Hidden Mist, saying it would confirm Zabuza's death and that the blade was property of the village. Kakashi did not answer with words. He handed the executioner's blade to the hunter Nin. The leader of the three bowed, and the team prepared to return to the hidden mist to report. One of the hunter Nin remarked that they could have taken Kakashi on and questioned why the leader insisted they ask politely. The leader replied that if it had been any other ninja they might have fought, but this was Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, a Sharingan wielder who knew 1,000 jutsu, and attacking him would have been suicide. Another of the trio added that Kakashi had been the sole survivor of an incident during the Third Shinobi War when a group of Mist Anbu had been wiped out and that he had been very young at the time. The leader agreed that Kakashi was not someone to be crossed. With a bow, they used body flicker to reach the hidden mist as quickly as possible. Night at Tazuna's home. Dinner was served in Tazuna's home and the Leaf Ninja helped themselves after a successful day. The bridge would be completed soon and Gato was dead. The Land of Waves was finally free from his tyranny and life would soon begin to return to what it had been before. Sasuke asked Sakura if Naruto and Kakashi had really done it. Sakura told him it had been gruesome and that Kakashi and Naruto had unleashed a furious assault that overwhelmed Gato's men. Explained that Sasuke being presumed dead had sent them into a rage that left them indifferent to the cost, and that they had fought until Gato and many of his forces were neutralized. Sasuke grew visibly shaken at the thought that his teammate and sensei had gone on such a rampage. He then asked Sakura what had happened to Zabuza's accomplice, the fake hunter Nin. Sakura thought hard and admitted she had not seen everything. She said they had all heard an explosion-like sound in the mist, and when it cleared Naruto had emerged looking furious and ready to fight. By the time the mist dissipated, the fake hunter Nin had been found motionless with 2 kunai nearby, and Sakura suspected Naruto had been responsible. Sasuke wondered how Naruto had managed it and then asked after Naruto's condition. Sakura relayed that Kakashi had said Naruto was fine and was currently resting. Both she and Sasuke went downstairs to drink tea. Kakashi informed Tazuna that they would accept the pay of a C rank for the mission, but that the village would demand the fee of an A rank for all the trouble they had endured. Tazuna acknowledged this and promised the payment once the bridge was finished and business had returned to normal. Sakura asked what they were discussing, and Kakashi explained that Tazuna had agreed to pay an A rank once business was back on its feet. Sakura nodded and turned to Inari. She mentioned that Inari had called Naruto Big Brother earlier and asked if that meant he forgave Naruto for what had happened the previous night. Inari explained that Naruto had forgiven him and that he admired Naruto and Sasuke. Inari said they had shown him that no matter how much someone suffered, they could still find the strength to smile and hope for a better tomorrow. He offered a big smile and a thumbs up. Sasuke's expression softened. The boy clearly looked up to Naruto and Sasuke in a way Sasuke recognized from his own past. He took a seat and told Kakashi that he had awakened his Sharingan. Sasuke activated his eyes and Kakashi, surprised, noted that Lord Hokage would be pleased to hear of Sasuke's development. Kakashi reflected privately that the awakening meant more training would be needed on his part. Tsunami placed cups of tea on the table and asked Kakashi a question she had been meaning to ask. Why Naruto covered the right side of his face. Kakashi hesitated, unsure how to answer, and admitted he did not fully know the story. Sakura stepped in and explained that Naruto had not been born missing an eye. She said that when they were 8 years old, their academy class had undertaken a test of courage in the old, abandoned Senju compound. Naruto had been the last one and had taken the longest time, winning the test. When Irika-sensei went to check on him afterwards, there had been screaming and everyone had run out of the compound. Naruto had returned 2 days later, but he had changed. Tsunami asked what Sakura meant by changed. Sakura described that before the incident Naruto had been loud, brash, and energetic, with sun-kissed blonde hair and a tan. Afterward he became pale and quiet, and his demeanor had shifted noticeably. Sasuke expressed surprise that Naruto had continued attending the academy after what had happened. Kakashi asked Sasuke to explain what had occurred between Naruto and the other boys. Sasuke recounted that about a week after the incident, several boys from the academy including Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji had ganged up on Naruto. They had tied him to a chair and pushed him down the stairs, an act of bullying that could have caused far worse harm. Kakashi nearly dropped his cup at the cruelty of it, and Tsunami reacted with dismay at how cruel the classmates had been. People in the village felt sorry for Naruto. He had lost an eye and endured other hardships. Kakashi wondered why he had not been informed and planned to speak with the Hokage. Inari noted that despite everything Naruto could still smile, and that resilience made him strong and heroic. Kakashi smiled and agreed. A few days later, the bridge was finished and Team 7 prepared to return to the Leaf. Inari bade Naruto farewell with tears in his eyes and asked him to promise to visit sometime. Naruto promised, and he and his team began their journey home. Tazuna wondered what to name the bridge, and a child suggested calling it the Great Naruto Bridge. Everyone agreed. Team 7 returned to the Hidden Leaf and went straight to the Hokage Tower to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen scolded Kakashi for his recklessness, warning that the genin could have been seriously harmed, but he also acknowledged the mission's results, especially Sasuke's awakening of the Sharingan. Kakashi reported that Tazuna expected the wave to repay the Leaf once business returned to normal, with payment for an A-rank mission expected by June. Hiruzen congratulated Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura for completing an A-rank mission so early in their careers and dismissed them to rest, though he asked Naruto to stay. Naruto handed over the report about the hidden mist spy, explaining that the secondary mission was complete. Hiruzen asked if Naruto had used magic or summoned any of the 72 beings while in the wave. Naruto admitted to using the darkness flame once against Zabuza's apprentice and confirmed he had not summoned any of the 72 beings. Hiruzen warned Naruto to use his magic sparingly and only as a last resort. He said there would be a time to reveal it openly. He reminded Naruto that the Chunin exams were scheduled for June in the Hidden Leaf, with representatives and feudal lords attending. Hiruzen explained that this would be an opportunity for Naruto to display his abilities and for other nations to see the value of Leaf Ninja. He advised Naruto to avoid using the most powerful summons and to aim to be among the finalists when political figures would be present. Before Naruto left, Hiruzen gave him a small scroll to learn additional wind techniques. Naruto understood, resolved to train hard during the months before the exams, and left. A week and a half later, Team 7 took on lighter D-rank tasks to recover from the wave mission. Sakura recounted the events to her parents, who were worried but proud. Feeling inadequate compared with her teammates, who had faced high-level threats, Sakura resolved to train more seriously and began a routine of morning exercises and gym work to build physical strength and chakra reserves. On one such day, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke were cleaning the village as part of a D-rank assignment. Carried another full trash bag and set it down with a tired sigh. Naruto tossed his bag onto the pile and asked Sasuke to finish the job. Sasuke performed a series of hand seals and unleashed a large fire-style technique that consumed the heap of garbage in an energetic, exaggerated burst of flame, in the style of an action-packed anime move. When the work was done, Sasuke asked what their next mission would be. Sakura suggested helping the farmers pull weeds, and the three of them went to assist the cultivators before returning to the Hokage Tower. On the way, Sasuke wondered aloud where Kakashi might be. Naruto guessed that Hiruzen had sent Kakashi and the other Jonin on an A-rank mission. The three of them joked about Kakashi's habitual lateness. Sasuke imagined Kakashi waking up late, realizing he had students, and then deciding they should wait for him, which made Sakura and even Naruto laugh. Back at the tower, Hiruzen addressed Team 7 and assigned them a new mission. He instructed them that their next assignment would be an escort to the Land of Tea, a country bordering the Land of Fire. The Land of Tea had long been caught in a tense political situation controlled by two powerful families. Every year, a race helped maintain the fragile peace, but this year the event was threatened because the rival family had hired shinobi to sabotage it. The third Hokage briefed Team 7 that they were to guard their client and ensure the race went smoothly. Naruto considered the assignment and understood that the Hokage would not act out of pity. The Land of Tea was an important trading partner of the Land of Fire, and the family the Leaf Village supported leaned toward the Leaf's interests. Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to preserve that influence. Sakura asked why the Hokage had chosen them for the job. The third Hokage explained that the other teams had active missions and most Jonin were away on an important assignment. He said Team 7 was not only available but capable, having proven themselves on the wave mission. Sasuke noted that the mission would be a chance to gain more experience with his Sharingan by facing other ninja and asked where they would meet the client. Hiruzen handed them a scroll with all the necessary details and instructed them to meet the client by noon. He then asked Naruto to stay behind. Alone with the Hokage, Naruto asked if this was another secondary mission. Hiruzen told him there were two. He identified the ninja hired by the rival as Aoi Rokusho, a leaf jonin who had betrayed the village and now owned the Raijin, a sword created by Tobarama Senju. Hiruzen instructed Naruto to retrieve the sword and, if possible, eliminate Aoi. The second task involved a tax collector found guilty of exploiting his district and hoarding taxes. Hiruzen gave Naruto a note with the address and ordered him to deal with the corrupt official. Naruto left the office feeling used as a weapon despite Hiruzen's familial affection, and he went to meet his teammates. When Sakura asked what he had been discussing with the Hokage, Naruto replied that it had been nothing more than a wish for good luck. Sasuke instructed them to go home and pack and to meet at the gate within an hour. Each member of Team 7 returned to their home to prepare. The genin walked out of the village toward their destination and stopped at a small tea shop on the road to rest. As they spoke, a slightly older teen approached and made a rude remark about shinobi. He directed a flirtatious comment at Sakura and then tried to charm her into abandoning ninja life for a future with him. Naruto observed that the boy was irritating and teased Sakura about not having struck him yet. Sasuke warned the teen to back off, threatening consequences if he continued to disturb their teammate. The teen scoffed and left, calling shinobi names as he walked away. The shop owner returned with their tea and placed two notes on the table. Sakura, puzzled, told the owner they had not ordered so much. The owner explained that the other bill belonged to the friend who had just left and that he had said they would pay for him. The genin were stunned. Naruto finished his tea, left money on the table and ran after the boy, vowing to make him pay for causing trouble. Sasuke followed and Sakura trailed behind. They found the teen who had stumbled off the edge of the road and was stuck against a tree. He complained about his misfortune until Sasuke appeared and knocked him down in a quick, non-lethal takedown. Naruto and Sakura arrived shortly after. The teen begged for mercy, explaining that he had no money because it had been stolen along the road. An object fell nearby. Sakura pointed it out and the teen grabbed it instantly, claiming it as his. He then removed his weights and fled. Sasuke prepared to pursue and teach the boy a stern lesson. Naruto recognized the fallen object as belonging to the Wasabi family, the clan their client represented, and realized the teen was the family's runner in the upcoming race. Sakura expressed reluctance at having to guard him, and Naruto agreed but added that it did not mean they could not correct his behavior. Using his observation abilities and a wind technique, Naruto stopped the boy and the three genin quickly restrained and reprimanded him for his lies and insolence without causing serious harm. Later, Team 7 escorted the teen to the meeting with their client and explained the incident. The client apologized on the teen's behalf and introduced the runner as Idate Marino. Idate was to be the land of T's race runner, and Team 7's mission was to protect him from the hired ninja who intended to harm him. It would be difficult, since they had started on the wrong foot. That afternoon, while strolling through the market, Sasuke and Sakura saw three ruffians threatening a shopkeeper. Sasuke intervened, swiftly disarming and subduing the three attackers with precise, controlled movements that sent them fleeing. That night the crowd gathered to watch the race. As the gates opened, the first rays of dawn appeared and the race began. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura followed behind Idate Marino to ensure the mission's success. The next day, a rain genin in a yellow suit and breathing mask noted that they were fortunate when he saw their targets. He and his teammates accompanied Aoi Rokushi and had been hired by the Wasabi clan's rival. Idate said that he thought they had already passed this part and realized something was wrong. Naruto identified a genjutsu and added that a team of rain genin was not far from their position. Sasuke asked whether they should stay and fight, but Naruto shook his head and said that they needed to get Idate onto the boat as quickly as possible. The genin and Idate arrived at a hut. Idate knocked on the door and the man handed them a boat to use. They quickly boarded and began moving toward their destination. Sakura suggested that Naruto use a wind jutsu to get them there faster. Naruto told his teammates to hang on and weaved hand signs. He used wind style, great breakthrough to drive the boat faster. As they neared their destination, Rain Genin intercepted them, firing arrows and sending water clones onto the boat. Sakura asked if they were clones and Naruto explained that they were water clones. The Genin and Idate fought the water clones while the Rain team set the boat on fire. Sasuke asked Sakura to break the mast so they could jump. Sakura slashed at the mast, channeled chakra into her hands, and shattered it. She used the mast as a weapon to dispel the water clones and urged Sasuke, Naruto, and Idate to jump. All four leaped into the water and began to swim for the island, but the Rain Genin, skilled in water techniques, manipulated the sea to drag Sakura under. Naruto knew he had to act. He wove hand signs and used wind style, wind dragon jutsu. A dragon made of dark blue wind with red eyes struck the Rain Genin, flinging them back. Naruto followed with wind style, great breakthrough to push them even farther away, then grabbed Sakura. Meeting up with Sasuke, they swam to shore. Sasuke rushed to rescue Idate from Aoi Rokusho, and the former Leaf Jonin decided to retreat. Idate reported that Aoi had poisoned him. Naruto advised Idate not to move and said he might have medicine. Sasuke helped carry Idate to a nearby cave. Inside, Naruto examined the wounds and the poison and, fortunately, had an antidote. When Idate asked if Naruto was a medic nin, Naruto shook his head and said he only knew a few things. In reality, Naruto used alchemical potions to treat the poison. Idate told the Genin his story, how he had once been a Genin of the Leaf but failed the Chunin exams and a trick question from his older brother, Ibiki. Aoi Rokusho had exploited that failure to trick Idate into stealing the Raijin sword of Tobarama Senju. Stripped of his status, Idate had later been hired by the Wasabi family. In a moment of shame and regret, he told his superiors that he had failed them. Naruto urged Idate not to give up, saying that one person believing in him was enough. Idate accepted the encouragement and vowed not to fail his clan again. He asked if they could help him get back in the race. Sasuke said Naruto's body could not handle too much strain and offered to carry Idate up himself. Sasuke did so, carrying Idate to the lead so he could continue. Naruto reached the top with Sakura close behind, but he found Idate and Sasuke injured, Aoi Rokusho responsible. Naruto resolved that Aoi was a traitor and moved to confront him, throwing several kunai that Aoi deflected with the Raijin sword. Sasuke tried to attack, his Sharingan activated, but Aoi countered with skill. Naruto channeled wind chakra into a kunai for wind style, vacuum blade and dueled Aoi, who proved the superior swordsman. Sasuke wove signs and unleashed fire style, great fireball jutsu. Naruto used wind style, great breakthrough to amplify the fireball, then launched his vacuum blade. The combined assault shattered the Raijin sword and struck Aoi. Naruto then used wind style, rotating shuriken, and the final wind-empowered attack incapacitated Aoi Rokusho, ending the confrontation without graphic detail. With Aoi neutralized, Idate pressed on and managed to catch up to his opponent. At the last moment he won the race for the Wasabi clan, bringing them victory and cheers. Team 7 congratulated each other on a job well done. As dusk fell, the ship was prepared to take them home. Idate apologized for causing trouble, and the Genin reassured him that it was no problem. Naruto said they might visit sometime, and Team 7 boarded the boat, waved their goodbyes, and sailed back to the Leaf. That night Team 7 found a hotel, booked 3 rooms, bathed, ate, and slept. As his teammates rested, Sasuke brooded on his weakness and resolved to get stronger. Naruto created a shadow clone to occupy his bed while he stepped out to complete a secondary mission. Searching the area, he found his target at a bar, drinking and gambling. Using transformation jutsu to appear as a waiter, Naruto served drinks. He slipped some of the poison he had taken from Aoi's belongings into the target's glass. A short time later the target collapsed and died. Team 7 returned to the Hidden Leaf Village after successfully completing the Land of Tea escort mission and reported the details to the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi praised their work and dismissed the team, asking Naruto to stay a moment. Naruto approached the man he considered a grandfather and presented his report on the secondary missions, placing the recovered Raijin sword on the table. Hiruzen examined the weapon, pressed a button, and a blade of lightning extended from the hilt. He recognized it as Tobirama Senju's sword and told Naruto it was as he remembered. Hiruzen thanked Naruto for his efforts. Hiruzen asked Naruto whether Aoi had worked for any other hidden village. Naruto reported that they had been pursued by a team of genin whose headbands bore 4 marks that looked like scratch marks. Hiruzen recognized the symbol as the hidden rain and concluded that Aoi had sold his services to a minor village. Hiruzen then dismissed Naruto. Naruto left the Hokage's office and walked to meet his teammates. On the way, he ran into Kakashi Hatake, their team sensei. Kakashi closed his book and greeted them. Sakura brightened at the sight of their return. Kakashi asked how the mission had gone, and the 3 genin told him the details. Kakashi complimented Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura on their growth since the academy and praised Sakura for using chakra control to enhance her strength. The team was pleased to receive recognition. Kakashi then suggested they do some training. That night, under the pale lights of an empty training ground, Naruto practiced his techniques. Their teacher had been taking a slower, more deliberate approach with the team and seemed to focus more attention on Sasuke than on Naruto or Sakura. Naruto chanted an invocation to the mistletoe and fired a volley of mistletoe arrows at the dummies. The needles struck true and disabled the targets with efficient precision. He then gathered black chakra into his fist, formed a darkness flame fireball, and sent it bursting through 3 more dummies in a flash. Naruto continued to refine his spells and control into the late hours. The Chunin exams were approaching and he planned to reveal his full capability at the finals, but first he had to master what he already knew. Time passed. Team 7 kept taking D-rank missions and training. Sakura and Naruto both found the routine of training difficult to accept. Kakashi appeared to favor Sasuke slightly, a fact that left the other 2 feeling neglected. For Kakashi, teaching Sasuke was easier. The Uchiha learned quickly. Kakashi also felt a personal responsibility because of his past with Itachi and did not want to repeat mistakes from his younger days. Sasuke and Kakashi shared painful similarities. Both had lost their parents and experienced isolation, and Kakashi was determined to guide the young Uchiha carefully. Sakura rose at 5:15 a.m., dressed for exercise, and walked through the village as part of her routine. She stretched, climbed trees, and ran until she felt warmed up, then went to the gym. The gym owner greeted her by name and noted her early arrival. Sakura worked through strength and chakra reserve building exercises, pleased to see steady improvement. Naruto felt that Kakashi was not giving the team enough focused instruction. He did not sense deliberate favoritism from their jonin, only a practical decision to teach the one who learned fastest. Still, Naruto wanted to improve and believed that visible progress from him and Sakura would encourage Kakashi to adjust his teaching. Naruto's main obstacle was chakra control. His reserves were large, which made fine control difficult. He decided to seek out a specialist to help. Naruto sought Ebisu, a jonin known for being a capable instructor despite occasionally awkward behavior around young students. He found Konomaru Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage's grandson, who rushed up to Naruto and enthusiastically called him boss. Naruto greeted Konomaru and asked where Ebisu was. Konomaru explained that Ebisu had gone to buy something but would be back soon. When Ebisu returned, Naruto asked him for help with chakra control. Ebisu accepted and asked Naruto to demonstrate how much control he already had. Naruto climbed a tree, placed his foot on the bark, and began to walk up steadily. Konomaru watched with admiration while Ebisu analyzed Naruto's technique. Ebisu noted that given Naruto's large reserves, it was impressive the tree held, but the way Naruto walked showed where his control still needed work. He encouraged Naruto and prepared to begin training to refine the young shinobi's chakra control. Ebisu promised that he would have Naruto mastering chakra control in no time. Konomaru asked Ebisu to teach him as well, and Ebisu agreed, addressing the boy as his honorable grandson. Ebisu then instructed Naruto to come down so they could walk to the river to learn a new exercise. The 3 of them reached the river in a few minutes, and Ebisu explained that they would practice water walking, a more advanced form of chakra control. Naruto remembered his sensei and Zabuza Momochi standing on a lake back in the land of waves and guessed the principle would be similar to the tree climbing exercise. Ebisu told them that water walking required changing the amount of chakra used to match the ever-shifting nature of water, and that they must learn it until it became as natural as breathing. He demonstrated the technique. With his glamour sight, Naruto observed Ebisu's water walking and saw the Jonin's chakra coils constantly shifting, increasing and decreasing with the density and depth of the water. Naruto examined Ebisu's chakra reserves and started calculating the amount he would need to use based on his own reserves. Ebisu then encouraged Naruto to try. Naruto's feet submerged on his first attempt, but Ebisu reminded him that failure was sometimes part of progress. Motivated, Naruto continued practicing until he could stand on the water and walk. Konohamaru focused on his tree climbing exercise while Naruto worked on water walking. As he watched them train, Ebisu thought that chakra control was something the academy might be teaching and considered suggesting it to the Hokage. Later, Naruto used the transformation technique to appear as an ordinary civilian and went into a store to buy groceries. After purchasing what he needed, he dispelled the transformation and sealed the groceries in scrolls. On his way home he encountered Hinata Hyuga, heiress to her prestigious clan and the only girl from his batch who was not obsessed with Sasuke. Naruto greeted her politely, and Hinata blushed and became nervous in response. Hinata told him that Kurenai had given her team a day off and invited Naruto to lunch. Naruto said he was available and followed her to a restaurant. During their meal, Hinata mentioned that her team would be doing their second C-rank mission the next day and commented that another team was already on their third C-rank. Naruto replied that he and his team had completed a few C-rank missions and hinted at higher-rank missions as well, keeping some details private. After they finished, Naruto paid the bill despite Hinata's attempt to pay, and she left feeling as if the outing had been like a date. Sakura later ran into Naruto and, after a brief greeting, asked him whether Kakashi was a bad teacher. Naruto reflected that Kakashi could be both a good and a bad teacher, lazy and often late, but also a very capable ninja. He suggested it was still too early to judge and that Kakashi might be focusing on Sasuke because Sasuke was a prodigy, and that the sensei might turn his attention to the others later. Sakura expressed frustration that they had learned so little beyond the tree climbing exercise. Naruto, taking pity on her, explained that the next step after tree climbing was water walking. Sakura recalled seeing Kakashi and Zabuza walking on water during the wave mission and brightened at the possibility. Naruto told her that water walking was more difficult than tree climbing but that, because she had the best chakra control of the three of them, she should be able to learn it. Sakura thanked him, and Naruto said he was starting to learn the technique himself. He then mentioned that he would tell her one more thing that could be useful in a fight and referred to the transformation technique. Naruto suggested transforming into a kunai or shuriken and being thrown at the enemy, explaining that if the opponent caught them it could become a surprise attack. He added that transforming into an animal like a wolf, tiger, or bear in the middle of a fight could catch an opponent off guard. Sakura's eyes widened at the idea. She admitted she had never thought of using transformation that way and thanked Naruto, saying she would start practicing that night. Naruto replied that he was welcome and then headed back home. At Naruto's home, he finished his dinner and cleaned up. As he prepared his bed to sleep, his thoughts returned to a question Hinata Hyuga had asked him earlier. What did he want to be when he grew older? Naruto reflected that he had once wanted to become Hokage, a dream that had faded somewhat after the Senju compound test of courage incident and after learning more about what being a shinobi and a Hokage truly meant from Hiruzen. Still, he admitted to himself that deep down he had always wanted it. He thought about the responsibilities that came with the title. The Hokage was a symbol of power and authority, the strongest ninja in the village and the one responsible for all the shinobi. The lives of tens of thousands, civilians and shinobi alike, rested on the Hokage's decisions. Knowing that made the position more meaningful to him. In the last week of May, 77 AV, Naruto practiced the Darkness Flame. He formed a blazing black flame sword in his hands and tested it, swinging it until the flame died out. He noted that he could maintain the sword for up to 3 minutes now and judged that his control over the Darkness Flame was improving, but he still needed more practice, especially with the Chunin exams approaching. Naruto locked his apartment and headed toward his team's usual meeting place. Partway down the road he sensed he was being followed and recognized the presence as Konohamaru. An explosion sounded nearby, which Naruto had not expected. He turned and saw that Konohamaru and his 3 friends were all right. A girl with bright hair scolded them for using too much gunpowder, a timid boy with glasses apologized, and a Hyuga girl chided the boy to be more careful. Konohamaru announced himself proudly, introduced his friends Moegi and Udon, and dubbed their group the Konohamaru Squad. Hanabi Hyuga introduced herself as well. Naruto smiled and found their antics amusing. Konohamaru asked Naruto to play ninja and train with them, and Naruto agreed. Sakura arrived on the scene and expressed surprise at a ninja playing with kids. Naruto defended them, saying they were still children. Konohamaru teased with a pinky gesture, asking if Sakura was Naruto's girlfriend. Naruto clarified that she was just a teammate. Konohamaru then mocked Sakura's appearance in a teasing way, and Sakura's temper flared. Naruto sensed her anger and warned Konohamaru to run. Sakura gave chase, determined to teach them a lesson, and Naruto followed after them. Walking along the street, 2 older nin, a boy and a girl, observed the commotion. The boy wore black with purple face makeup and a headpiece that looked cat-like. The girl wore white clothing with fishnet accents, her blonde hair tied in 4 pigtails, and a large fan strapped to her back. As Konohamaru fled, he bumped into the boy, who grabbed him by the neck. Hanabi demanded that the boy let Konohamaru go, and Temari told her brother to stop, but he said he would only let the boy go when he learned some manners. Before the situation could escalate further, Sasuke appeared in a tree above and threw a pebble that struck the boy, forcing him to release Konohamaru. Sasuke confronted the man and demanded to know what he thought he was doing in the village and questioned why he was acting as if he owned the place. Naruto arrived on the scene as well. Temari found Sasuke somewhat attractive and felt a brief blush. Kankuro, annoyed, prepared to use his puppet, and Temari asked if he really intended to use it for such a minor incident. Before Kankuro could act, a presence that Sasuke had not sensed moved into view. Sand flowed and formed a red-haired boy their age at Kankuro and Temari's side. Sasuke was surprised that he had not noticed the boy's presence earlier. The red-haired boy spoke quietly, asking for Kankuro to stop and apologizing for his brother's behavior. He used sand to move down to ground level beside them. He warned Kankuro in a low tone to be quiet, then looked at Sasuke with interest, noting Sasuke's quickness when Sasuke had thrown the pebble at Kankuro before he even noticed. The red-haired boy offered an apology for his brother's conduct, and Sakura recognized their headbands and asked if they were from the Sand Village. A guard asked what foreign ninja were doing in the village. Naruto Uzumaki replied that they were here to take part in the middle-rank ninja exams. Sakura Haruno repeated the question with surprise. Naruto added that if they were lucky, teacher Kakashi might allow them to take part. As the Sand Village ninja were leaving, Sasuke Uchiha stepped down and asked for a name. Temari blushed slightly when she was addressed, but Sasuke clarified he had been asking the redhead. The Sand Junior Ninja turned his head and introduced himself as Gaara of the Desert, then asked Sasuke his name. Sasuke Uchiha gave his name in return. Gaara said he was interested in Sasuke and hoped to see him in the exams, then walked away with his siblings. All the senior ninja of the Leaf Village had gathered in the village leader's tower to nominate their junior ninja for the middle rank exams. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third village leader, opened the meeting by asking which juniors the captains wished to nominate. Teacher Kakashi Hatake was the first to respond, nominating Team 7, consisting of Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, for the exams. Kurenai Yuhi, captain of Team 8, followed by nominating Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. Asuma Sarutobi, captain of Team 10, nominated Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. Members of the Training and Intelligence Corps exchanged murmurs and whispers. Hiruzen watched with interest. This was the first time all rookie junior ninja were ever nominated for the exams. Might Guy questioned whether it was wise to nominate such inexperienced juniors, noting they had just graduated from the academy. Kakashi replied that they were their students and that the experience would benefit them. Hiruzen then handed out registration papers, instructing the captains to have their juniors sign them, and announced that the exams would begin the next day. Team 7's usual meeting place, the bridge near a training ground and river, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke discussed the middle rank exams and whether they would participate. Sakura was the most nervous, lacking elemental techniques and relying on the 3 basic academy techniques and her exceptional chakra control. She worried that the other participants would be far more powerful. Naruto, attentive to his teammates' unease, felt sorry that Sakura often felt useless and feared they might have to protect her in the exams. Teacher Kakashi arrived and surprised his students. Kakashi explained with a corny remark that he had been reflecting on priorities, then told them he had nominated them for the exams. Sasuke thought about using the exams to grow stronger and copy useful fire techniques with his special eye ability, and resolved to become strong enough to protect his teammates. Naruto thought the village leader would allow them to go but reminded himself to be careful not to reveal his most powerful techniques until the finals. Sakura pushed away negative thoughts and resolved not to drag her teammates down, resolved to prove herself. Sasuke asked if there was a catch. Kakashi explained that it was their choice to enter, cautioning that the probability of freshly graduated junior ninja passing the middle rank exams was low and that the exams could involve dangerous situations. He emphasized that the exams were held twice a year, so they could try again in 6 months. Despite the warning, Sasuke signed the registration paper and encouraged Naruto and Sakura, who also signed. Kakashi instructed them to arrive at the academy the next morning at 10:30 a.m., room 301, and then vanished in a blur. Team 7 returned home to prepare. That day, junior ninja from the sand, rain, waterfall, grass and mist villages arrived. There were no teams from the stone or cloud villages. The next morning, Team 7 walked to the Ninja Academy, feeling nostalgia for the place where they had studied. Naruto worried that the exams served as entertainment for civilians and noted the unfairness of young ninja risking their lives for spectacle. Still, he resolved that they would face whatever challenges came together and do their best. As they climbed the stairs to the academy, they noticed a group of other junior ninja gathered near room 301, guarded by 2 older juniors, and prepared for the day ahead. A team of the previous batch's graduating genin were trying to enter when they noticed something was wrong. Room 301 was supposed to be on the 3rd floor, but they were on the 2nd. The illusion was a genjutsu somewhat poorly placed, but one that many genins still fell for. Sasuke tried to stop the charade, but Naruto gripped his shoulder to hold him back. Sasuke asked the others if they had seen it too. Sakura replied that they should have disguised it better. Naruto explained that the trap was meant to root out weak genin and suggested they not waste their time. Sasuke agreed, and the 3 began to head for the 3rd floor. Niji Hyuga gathered his teammates and led them away, saying quietly that it was a genjutsu. Ten demanded why Niji had not said anything sooner. Niji answered that he had wanted to see who else would see past the illusion. He identified the nearby team as the current genin Team 7, the team under Kakashi Hatake. Ten then noticed that Lee was missing, and Niji sighed, as Lee's impulsive behavior was to be expected. Team 7 heard a noise and turned to see a green-clad genin with wide eyes, pronounced eyebrows, and a neat bowl cut. He wore orange leg warmers and carried his forehead protector around his waist. The genin introduced himself politely as Rock Lee and asked Sakura her name. Naruto tried to place the name from somewhere familiar. Sakura gave her name, and Lee responded with earnest admiration, calling it a beautiful name and saying she was like an angel. He then asked Sakura if she would go out with him after the exams. Sakura took a few seconds to process the question and politely declined, saying that Lee felt a little too unusual for her taste. Lee looked crestfallen and then turned his attention to Sasuke. Sasuke said they had to get to room 301, but Lee insisted that a challenger should state his name before issuing a challenge and formally challenged Sasuke Uchiha to a duel. Sasuke was confused and tried to leave, but Lee taunted him about fear and expressed a desire to see what the Uchiha and the top genin of the year could do. Sasuke warned Lee that if Lee could not continue the exams, Sasuke would not be responsible, then took a taijutsu stance. Sasuke attacked first, but Lee proved quicker than Sasuke had expected. Lee moved with surprising speed and landed a kick that sent Sasuke flying back, shocking Naruto and Sakura. Sakura noted that Sasuke had been unable to react in time. Naruto was also stunned, thinking Lee's speed even rivaled other fast shinobi he had seen. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and moved again, but Lee's speed allowed him to land another precise kick. Sasuke staggered to his feet and the two engaged in a fast-paced close combat exchange. Ultimately, Lee's momentum launched Sasuke into the air as Lee prepared a decisive attack. Naruto sensed the danger and acted. He told Sakura to be ready to run and then rushed in, colliding with Lee to interrupt the attack. Sakura steadied Sasuke as Naruto checked if he was all right and then blocked another kick from Lee. Naruto explained that Lee's move could have seriously harmed Sasuke and pointed out that the Chunin exams had not even begun yet. A loud voice then ordered the fight to stop. The voice belonged to a red tortoise wearing a leaf headband. The genin stared in surprise as the tortoise insisted that it was indeed a tortoise and demanded that Rock Lee come forward. Rock Lee approached, apologizing and explaining that he had been trying to test himself. The tortoise reprimanded him, warning that reckless behavior could reveal valuable information to an opponent and that Lee should already understand the risks. Lee accepted responsibility and promised to accept the consequences. In a puff of smoke, Might Guy appeared on the tortoise, striking a silly pose as he introduced himself as the Hidden Leaf's sublime green beast of prey. Rock Lee bowed in a pleading manner and begged for forgiveness from his mentor. Might Guy announced that Lee would be punished, then launched a dramatic, non-injurious strike that sent Lee tumbling with theatrical force. Team 7 watched in wide-eyed shock. Rock Lee sat up, looked at Might Guy with tears in his eyes, and accepted the lesson with respectful sincerity. The Jonin apologized to Rock Lee, and Rock Lee forgave him. They hugged with tears in their eyes as the background shifted to a sunset over a seashore. Even the tortoise summon appeared moved. Team 7 felt intensely nauseated and nearly retched. For Sasuke, this was perhaps his most humiliating moment. For Naruto, it was the most traumatizing event in recent memory. Sakura felt shaken to the core of her genin life. Might Guy instructed Lee to run 100 laps around the field as punishment, and Rock Lee saluted and accepted eagerly. Naruto wondered privately if Lee enjoyed such harsh discipline. Sakura asked about the Chunin exams, and Guy remembered them at once. He revised Lee's punishment to 500 laps after the exams and ordered Lee to escort the other young genin to the examination hall. Lee agreed. Naruto explained to his teammates that Rock Lee could not use ninjutsu or genjutsu because he could not mold his chakra. Taijutsu was the only combat style available to him. Sakura and Sasuke reacted with surprise at how Lee had become a genin despite that limitation. Naruto added that Might Guy had petitioned the Hokage on Lee's behalf to make him a genin. Might Guy then introduced himself exuberantly, asked after his eternal rival Kakashi, and in a flash of speed demonstrated how close their rivalry was by announcing a narrow score advantage. Naruto was stunned by Might Guy's almost unnatural speed. Might Guy wished the students luck and, with his tortoise summon, vanished in a puff of smoke. Rock Lee apologized to Sasuke for getting carried away, and Sasuke replied that he would not go easy on Lee if they faced each other in the exams. Lee confirmed the way to the exam room and said he would meet his team. Team 7 reached room 301, where Kakashi Hatake waited at the door. Kakashi revealed that he had withheld the truth about the exam entry to ensure each student chose to participate of their own accord, particularly to keep Sakura from being pressured. He wished them well and then left. Taking a steadying breath, Team 7 entered the exam room and found a crowd of genin from the Leaf and other villages watching them with wary expressions. Sakura commented nervously that they were not alone. Ino Yamanaka hurried over to Sasuke and, in an excited greeting, complimented his appearance. Sakura stepped between them and demanded that Ino keep her distance. Shikamaru Nara observed the scene with weary disdain. Kiba Inuzuka and his teammates approached, and Kiba taunted Naruto about being the loser who had entered as well, prompting Naruto to defy him and promise a one-on-one rematch. Shikamaru scoffed at Naruto's chances. A more senior genin with silver hair and glasses, Kabuto Yakushi, told them to stop making a show of themselves. He introduced himself and pointed out that most genin have to wait at least a year to take these exams. Having fresh academy students in the contest made them targets. When Shikamaru asked whether Kabuto was a newcomer or a veteran, Kabuto replied that he was a veteran and that this was his 7th time. Shikamaru remarked that either the exams were very difficult or Kabuto was weak. Kabuto felt irritation but restrained himself. Kabuto produced a set of orange cards and explained that, having retaken exams, he had gathered information on many participants. He claimed they were ninja info cards encoded with chakra, accessible only to him. Choji Akimichi noted that the cards looked blank, and Kabuto explained their encoding. Kabuto offered to help his juniors and produced a card showing a map of the elemental nations. Choji asked what they were looking at. Kabuto explained that the map showed the distribution of genin across the nations and pointed out the hidden villages of leaf, sand, mist, waterfall, grass, rain, and a new one, sound. He reported the numbers: 72 from the leaf, 30 from sand, 9 from mist, 21 from rain, 15 from grass, 12 from waterfall, and 3 from sound. Sakura expressed that she was impressed and asked Kabuto why he had not yet passed the exams to become a chunin. Kabuto smiled nervously and said he was more of a medic than a combatant. Sasuke asked whether the cards contained information on all genin. Kabuto answered that they were an overview and asked if anyone was curious about a particular person. Sasuke asked about Rock Lee and Gaara of the desert, describing Lee as the green spandex leaf genin and Gaara as the red-haired sand genin with a gourd on his back. Kabuto remarked that knowing their names and descriptions took away some of the surprise. He shuffled his cards and showed the details. Each card listed teammates and sensei, blood type, stats for Nin, Tai, and Gen, and mission history. Kiba sarcastically requested Naruto Uzumaki's stats, intending to mock him as a loser. Kabuto began with Rock Lee, stating that Lee was a year older than the others, had completed 85 D-rank missions and 13 C-rank missions, had Might Guy as sensei and teammates Tenten Higurashi and Niji Hyuga, and that his taijutsu was exceptional while his ninjutsu and genjutsu were practically non-existent. He then reported Gaara's record as the youngest child of the Kazekage, with 18 C-rank, 6 B-rank, and 4 A-rank missions completed without sustaining any injuries. Gaara's teammates were his siblings Temari and Kankuro. Kabuto admitted he was impressed. Many genin reacted with shock. Shikamaru wondered if Gaara was a freak, and Sasuke decided Gaara was certainly the main competition. When Kabuto turned to Naruto's card, he looked stunned and said he could not believe what he was seeing. Kiba assumed Kabuto meant Naruto was a failure. Kabuto clarified that Naruto had completed an additional 30 D-rank missions and, remarkably, 2 A-rank missions on his own before even being a genin. Kiba demanded an explanation, and Kabuto said he planned to report the information to Lord Orochimaru, though Naruto refused to disclose anything, citing Hokage orders. Suddenly a team of chunin arrived, led by a tall jonin in a black overcoat. The jonin, Ibiki Marino, announced that they should take their seats and that he would be the proctor for the first part of the chunin exams. Ibiki Marino, introduced as a special jonin and head of the Leaf's interrogation corps, explained the rules of the written exam. He stated that all candidates would begin with perfect scores and lose marks for incorrect answers, that being caught cheating 5 times would eliminate a candidate and their team, and that a team's total would determine advancement. If any member lost all points, the team would fail. Sakura became anxious, worrying about Naruto's academic ability and hoping he would not fail. Naruto found the rules suspicious and tried to understand their purpose. Hinata Hyuga sat beside Naruto, concerned for him and silently wishing he would pass. Ibiki signaled the start and the genin flipped their papers. Many found the questions far above the usual genin level. Niji Hyuga activated his Byakugan to assist with the answers. Sasuke used his Sharingan to observe others' hand movements and copy answers. Tenten placed mirrors on the ceiling to view answers and signaled Rock Lee. Gaara manipulated sand to glean information. Akamaru, perched on Kiba's head, barked to relay observed answers. Sakura answered confidently. Ino performed the mind transfer jutsu to occupy Sakura briefly and attempt to memorize her rival's answers to relay them to Shikamaru and Choji. Shikamaru hoped Ino collected correct answers. One by one, sentinels began disqualifying genin from the exam. A genin protested that he had not cheated. A sentinel forcefully returned him to his seat and warned him to comply or be removed along with his teammates. During the exam, Naruto noticed that some candidates were faking nervousness. Sensing chakra and emotional signatures, he realized that some were more experienced than genin. He deduced there was more to the situation than it first appeared. The genin had been told to cheat but not get caught. Naruto realized the true meaning of the exam and used his glamour sight to see past the other students, spotting the answers and beginning to copy them down. Hinata Hyuga looked relieved that Naruto was writing down the correct answers and appeared confident he would pass this part of the Chunin exams. Kankuro, the older brother of Gaara and the younger brother of Temari, entered the room. One of his puppets had been disguised as a Chunin sentinel, and Kankuro used that to his advantage. As more genin were disqualified, the time came for the final question. Proctor Ibiki explained that it was time for the 10th and final question and that he would not repeat himself. He informed them that the question carried a catch. Anyone who chose to drop out would have their score immediately set to 0 and their team would fail, but they could return in 6 months for the next exams. Those who accepted and answered incorrectly would be barred from taking the Chunin exams again. The genin reacted with shock and outrage. Kiba demanded what kind of rule that was, noting that others had failed these tests in the past. Ibiki answered that he had not been the proctor then and that these were his rules now. He was giving them a chance to back out if they were not ready. He emphasized that doing so would give them a better shot in the future, while refusing to back down would leave them as genin indefinitely. Sakura felt compelled and anxious. She was almost sweating and biting her nails, telling herself she did not want to remain a genin forever. She noted that Naruto and Sasuke seemed calm, and she urged herself to be brave for their sake and to trust her teammates. Ibiki watched and the more fearful genin left one by one. After a few minutes, he announced that those who chose to take the 10th question had passed this stage. Rock Lee asked what had happened to the 10th question, and Temari wondered whether their earlier efforts had been a waste. Ibiki then revealed the true meaning of the 10th question: willingness. He explained that a Chunin needed the mindset that they could die on a mission, that their lives were at risk at every moment while on duty. They had to understand the risks, be brave, and ensure the mission was carried out. That willingness, despite the dangers, was why they had passed the first part of the exams. A sudden crash interrupted them as an object was thrown through a window. Kunai embedded themselves in the walls and a poster identifying the proctor of the second phase of the Chunin exams, Anko Mitarashi, was pierced. In front of it stood a purple-haired woman wearing a yellow overcoat and boots, her appearance brisk and confident. Anko announced that she would be their next proctor and warned them that it was no time for celebrating. She asked if they were ready for the second phase and then instructed them to follow her. Naruto felt a flash of frustration at her arrival. He remembered the special jonin he had helped years before. Ibiki commented that she was early, which slightly annoyed her. Sakura regarded Anko as a handful. Anko surveyed the number of genin who had passed and expressed surprise that so many had made it through. She teased Ibiki for letting so many pass, calling his test too easy, though he suggested they might simply be interesting candidates this year. Anko smirked and said that, by the time she finished, fewer than half might remain. She told the squad leaders where to take the next part of the exams and dismissed the genin for the day. As the teams left, Anko caught sight of a figure she had not seen in years and wondered whether it had been Naruto. Sakura asked Naruto about a past matter, wondering what the whole 2A rank mission issue had been about and how he had been involved before he was a genin. Naruto refused to elaborate, saying that it had been an order from the Hokage and that he was under no obligation to discuss it. Sasuke wanted to press the matter but recognized he could not, since it was the Hokage's order. Changing the subject, Sasuke asked where they would take the next portion of the Chunin exams. Kakashi arrived behind his genin and congratulated the team on passing. He informed Sakura that the next meeting point was training ground number 44, the Forest of Death, at 9 a.m. the next day. Naruto did not know what to expect from the second phase beyond that it would take place in the Forest of Death. He prepared supplies of fresh water, food, kunai, and shuriken, sealing them on scrolls for the exams. He experimented with his chakra, muttering the names of techniques as he focused. He called forth a red lightning he called scarlet lightning in his right palm and a black flame he called darkness flame in his left. He worked to combine the two powerful elementals into a unique bloodline limit he named Chaos Style. The technique was still in its infancy, far from complete, but Naruto hoped he could develop it further. The next day, all the genin who had passed assembled at training ground number 44, better known as the Forest of Death. The sight of the overgrown trees intimidated some of them. Anko explained the rules for this phase. Each team would be given either a heaven or earth scroll, and their task would be to retrieve the opposite scroll. They were given 5 days to reach the tower in the center of the forest. Teams were given papers to sign to ensure that the Leaf Village would not be held responsible if a genin died. Shikamaru Nara thought it was a drag as he signed his paper. Ino Yamanaka taunted Sakura and vowed to pass the test and win Sasuke's affection. Sakura shot back an insult, and the two stared each other down, making Shikamaru and Choji uneasy. Choji expressed relief that the girls had not turned on them, and Shikamaru dismissed the exchange as troublesome behavior before suggesting they go after Naruto's team. The Chunin Sentinels led the genin to the gates around the Forest of Death and Anko gave the signal, and all the genin entered the forest. Naruto decided to scout ahead of his team in hopes of finding a genin team with an earth scroll. He came upon a hidden grass team that had been overwhelmed. 2 of their members had been struck down by a giant bear. The bear then went after a red-haired girl with glasses. Naruto intervened, using a wind-style rotating shuriken to drive the bear back and incapacitate it. The bear collapsed, and Naruto paused for a moment before moving on. The red-haired girl fixed her glasses and looked up. She saw a genin from the leaf about her age, blonde and wearing a cloak, with a face patch and hair covering the right side of his face while his left eye remained visible, a clear sapphire blue against his pale skin. Naruto mentioned that he had hoped she might have an earth scroll, then left to meet his teammates. As he walked away, the red-haired girl sensed his chakra. It was greater than hers, even though her reserves were already at a high level. The longer she observed his chakra, the more she detected a faint, unsettling edge beneath it that seemed to originate from his hidden eye. Naruto was on his way to meet his teammates when he spotted Sasuke fighting a rain genin. He recognized the genin from the land of Mission. Naruto watched as Sasuke drove a kunai into the genin's shoulder and kicked him down. The genin, seeing he could not win, decided to retreat. Sasuke turned to the blonde and noted that Naruto had decided to return, then asked what he had discovered during his scouting. Naruto reported that he had found a grass team who had been killed and, upon examining their scroll, had discovered a heaven scroll similar to theirs. Sasuke sighed and said he had hoped Naruto had found an earth scroll instead. Naruto agreed. Sasuke suggested they take a break and the 3 sat down. Sasuke then proposed they establish a code only they would know. He recited the code as a question and answer. The question would be when a ninja strikes, and the answer would describe a ninja waiting until the enemy slept and the moment was right. Sakura acknowledged she understood. At that moment, Naruto's glamour sight alerted him to danger. He pushed his teammates aside, but a powerful wind jutsu struck the cloaked blonde and sent him flying into a tree. Sakura called his name, but Naruto was already moving away. A female grass ninja ordered her teammates to scatter and surrounded the area, then transformed into Naruto. Naruto, groaning that the wind jutsu had been very strong, rose despite the pain and, coughing, fell to his knees. His glamour sight picked up another presence, and when he looked up he saw a gigantic snake. The snake lunged at Naruto, but he evaded in time. Using hand signs, Naruto unleashed a wind technique with a rotating shuriken and defeated the snake. He rushed back toward his teammates as quickly as he could. Sasuke asked for the passcode. When Naruto gave the correct answer, Sasuke attacked. Sakura protested that Naruto had spoken the passcode correctly. Sasuke explained that his concern was not Naruto's intelligence but that remembering such a long phrase instantly would be unlikely. The passcode was also meant to lure any eavesdroppers. The woman who had been posing as Naruto revealed herself and mocked Sasuke for testing his friend with a code he could not answer. She then produced her scroll and swallowed it, then challenged them to earn it in a fight by unleashing overwhelming intent toward them. The assault hit Sasuke and Sakura as an intense, overwhelming pressure that left them struggling to breathe and staggering as if struck repeatedly by a barrage of weapons. Afterward, Sasuke retched. The grass ninja approached with 2 kunai in hand, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. Sasuke, shaking, drew a kunai and stabbed his own thigh to feign a wound. As the grass ninja threw her kunai, Sasuke moved quickly, grabbed Sakura, and fled the area. Sakura panted and Sasuke covered her mouth to prevent her from revealing their location. He warned her to be quiet, then turned when she shouted that something was behind them. A gigantic snake charged toward them. Sasuke pushed Sakura out of the way and leaped back, shouting for it to stay away. He threw shuriken in a panicked state and managed to defeat the snake. The grass ninja then emerged from where the snake had fallen. The grass ninja said that a hunted prey must never rest when faced with a predator and crawled towards Sasuke with a disturbing flexibility. Before she could reach him, shuriken stopped her progress. Naruto arrived at that moment. He complained that the woman's wind jutsu had hurt him and readied himself to fight. Sasuke suddenly urged Naruto to take the scroll and leave them alone, presenting the scroll as if to bargain. Naruto demanded to know what Sasuke was doing. Sasuke tried to insist he was acting to protect them, but Naruto struck him in the face and accused him of not being the real Sasuke. Naruto explained that although he might not have memorized the passcode, he knew the real Sasuke would not run from a fight and urged him to stand and fight. Naruto then threw a wind-augmented shuriken at the enemy. The grass ninja avoided the shuriken and summoned a large snake to attack Naruto. The snake rammed Naruto into a tree, and the woman followed with a powerful fire technique. Naruto managed to dodge and landed on a tree branch, thinking that whoever she was far beyond genin rank and that he would need to use advanced jutsu and summons if they were to survive. The grass ninja studied Naruto and, recognizing his appearance, identified him as Naruto Uzumaki, claiming she knew of his parents. She stated that the blue of his eye, his blonde hair, and his complexion marked him as the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The revelation stunned everyone. Sakura realized Minato Namikaze was the 4th Hokage. The grass ninja continued, noting that she knew of his family and asking pointedly about his twin sister and his father's sensei. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at the claim that he was the son of the 4th Hokage and that he had a twin sister, questions that raised a storm of confusion about why he had never been told. The grass ninja observed that Naruto seemed unaware and added that Jiraiya had never been the best parental figure. The grass ninja shrugged and moved to attack Sasuke. Sakura called for Sasuke, but he could not move. Before the snake could strike him, Naruto intercepted the attack, and Sasuke was stunned to see his blonde teammate protect him. Panting from exhaustion and pain, Naruto told Sasuke not to be a scaredy cat. The snake shattered a nearby tree branch. Naruto jumped up and threw several shuriken at the snake, but the grass ninja used a wind technique. Naruto formed hand seals and released a wind dragon tornado that tore through the snake. The grass ninja struck Naruto hard, sending him crashing into a tree trunk. He was winded. Black flames gathered on Naruto's fists and he launched black fireballs at the enemy. The grass ninja found the black flames intriguing as they singed tree branches and consumed the snake. She then dodged a stream of red lightning aimed at her and noted with interest that Naruto continued to pique her curiosity. She moved with speed beyond a typical jonin and arrived behind Naruto. Her long tongue wrapped around him as she examined his chakra and discovered something unusual, a sinister power that was not chakra. The black fire and the red lightning did not seem to be chakra, and she felt something emanating from his covered eye that made her even more curious. Sasuke forced himself to act and released a great fireball at the enemy. The grass ninja evaded it and told Naruto that he still piqued her interest, but that she would toy with him later. She then struck Naruto, sending him crashing through several tree branches. The grass ninja leapt towards Sasuke, but he moved behind her and locked her into a hold, driving her head into a tree. The blow turned out to affect only a mud clone, and the original moved with unnatural speed to strike Sasuke. She launched him into the air, and Sasuke lashed his ninja strings at a tree to anchor himself. The grass ninja battered him with a flurry of blows that sent him crashing down against a trunk. Just as she seemed to relish the moment, small explosives affixed to her tunic detonated. Sasuke used the opening to leap away and throw 3 shuriken with attached strings. The grass ninja praised the combination of shuriken, strings, and Sharingan, but the shuriken bound her to a tree. Sasuke bit a string and ignited it, sending a rushing wall of flame that engulfed the grass ninja. He watched the inferno for a tense minute before collapsing with exhaustion. A voice then addressed him, and Sasuke looked up. The grass ninja's face seemed to shift, growing pale with yellow, snake-like eyes, and the voice changed into something colder and otherworldly. Orochimaru introduced himself and expressed pleasure in Sasuke's skills. He then extended his neck unnaturally and applied a strange seal to Sasuke's neck. A 3-tomo mark appeared where the seal was placed. Sasuke cried out in pain and then collapsed unconscious. Orochimaru began to look for Naruto, but a gust of wind sent him flying away from Sasuke. He turned and saw Naruto standing nearby and called for the boy to show more of his power. Naruto, low and furious, warned Orochimaru to leave them alone. Black flames danced over his right hand and grew as he demanded that they stay away. The presence of the power, its intent, and the pressure it radiated spread through the forest, startling everyone there. Orochimaru felt the force of the darkness flame and found it extraordinary. He urged Naruto to reveal even more. Naruto then unleashed a dragon formed of pure black fire toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru avoided direct contact, but the dragon grew uncontrollable, scorching trees in its path and swelling until it was visible to everyone. Neji called for Lee and Tenten and shoved them to safety as the black fire swept through the area. Tenten, terrified, asked what the thing could be. Choji shouted and expanded his body to act as a shield, but even then the flames felt unlike anything he had experienced. Shikamaru watched the dragon of black flames and for the first time felt insignificant. Kiba urged his teammates to run to the tower as fast as they could to escape the blaze. Shino looked back at the spreading dragon and, for the first time, the usually calm Aburame felt a wave of real dread. Hinata silently hoped Naruto would be safe. Kankuro called for Temari and Gaara in alarm as the black flames rose like a living thing. Gaara noted internally that someone truly powerful had arrived. Back with Team 7, Naruto realized the darkness flame was out of his control and that he had to stop it. Sakura ran toward him, carrying Sasuke, and urged them to leave immediately. The dragon rose above the forest with a terrifying roar and closed in on Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto raced through the branches and placed himself between the dragon and his teammates, shielding them with his body. He absorbed the darkness flame, screaming in pain as the energy passed into him, determined to protect Sakura and the unconscious Sasuke. Short flashes of black lightning flickered here and there, and within seconds the dragon was gone. Naruto collapsed and Sakura caught him. Sakura shouted for Naruto to respond, tears in her eyes as she begged him not to die, pleading for him to hold on.